Alright, I'm live.
I'll be there in a second.
What the hell is going on? What did you do to my mic? I guess. I might switch to the couch. I don't know. Wow. Just wow. Did you tell everybody that I'm live?
What?
Did you tell everyone I'm live over here?
I'm about to share it out now.
I see people are in here. We're gonna wait a minute before we get started because we're gonna talk about consent. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. And Darvo. And manipulation. And projection. And a whole bunch of other things. Yeah. I would just like to add, I do not like this filter. But I really don't feel like seeing the scars on my face right now. Unbelievable. All I can say, really, is un-effing believable. Ooh, and we're flying, and we're flying. What was I doing? So, how's everybody doing who is on here? I'm sure more people will show up at some point. Let me get myself situated and then we will start. Because I'm highly irritated. Right on, B. We'll start in just a second. I need to crochet while I have this conversation. All right. I'll be right back. Man, I will say this, because of all the stress, I have made a lot of sweaters for myself and other people. I'm getting good at this whole sweater making thing. I don't even know if M would be awake right now, but whatever, I'll send her. Alright, so, people have the right to consent. And that, or not consent to any given situation. And anyone who doesn't respect you when you say no, that tells you everything you need to know about that person. Okay? And periodically we're probably going to get updates from Maki. Maki? Hold on, let me see. Alright, how long does knitting a sweater take? It depends. Usually about a day and a half. This is a new one. So, yeah. Yeah, I don't have my war paint on. So, filter is necessary. You could never... Oh, it's super easy. Although, I have had a bit of a time figuring out how to do the sleeves right here. But, all for a good cause. I'm going to start selling handmade sweaters to fund a DV outreach foundation. And from that, I want to make a DV sanctuary, not a shelter, a sanctuary. Do I have mods besides Muggy? No, I don't think so. I don't know. I have no idea, actually. I don't even know how you... Ah, what? I have no idea what that means. I don't know how to tell if I have mods, actually. I don't know these things, because my spicy brain is spicy, and I just... Nobody's ever taught me all of these things, so... I know how to live stream better on a different app than this one, so... If that makes sense. So yeah, so on another live stream, there was a person who has been doing some extremely toxic things, exhibiting extremely negative behavior to the point of attacking a child. Right on, B. Right on. And instead of just owning their ish and accepting everything they've done, all of the behavior, instead they obfuscate, they DARVO. DARVO is deny and or deflect, attack, reverse victim and offender. And that's what this person was doing in this live stream, a whole lot of DARVO. And then knowing that I had no interest in interacting with a certain person, when I said I did not want to engage with that person, Emery brought them up in the box anyway. So, this is a person who, the person I didn't want to talk with, thinks that if you are mixed, but you look YT, then you don't experience what... It's basically ancestry erasure. In this case, indigenous erasure. Still talking to that person right now. It's supposed to be a self-accountability live stream, but instead they're allowing it to be derailed to deflect. That's DARVO. What you're witnessing in that live stream is DARVO. That person doesn't actually mean any of their apology. At all. I don't believe them. After everything they've done, they know what they're doing. And they like it. They let her rant about me for 2 minutes. About what? This person doesn't even know me. They don't know me. I don't know them. I have nothing to say about that person, really, other than the indigenous erasure is pretty gross. The erasure of all of that history up to the present is pretty gross. My dad is not the distant past. My dad, my dad, who is breathing. He's... And then there are my uncles, aunts, cousins. I don't even know how many cousins I have. Nieces, nephews. This is not the distant past. This is current, right now. And also the ableism, because my chronic illness makes me this pale. And then to say that I'm silencing trans people, this person does not know me at all. I was holding out hope they were trying to take accountability until they did that. Yeah, no. There's a reason I stayed up there. It was, to help any victims who came up to talk. Obviously, Emery does not like that. Also, it was to see what happened, and we see what happened. Thanks for proving my point, Emery. I mean, you probably got your friends, your little minions, your little buddies recording this video, or maybe you're gonna watch it later and laugh in the Discord like you did with your other victims. And when we had that live stream, and you could have come on and held yourself accountable in my space or Maki's space, somewhere where you don't have control, unless you have to have power and control. All right, anyone who wants to come up who has been victimized by Emery is welcome to, because all you're going to get over there is Darvo. Word salad, circular speaking, countering. Would y'all like me to go on with all the tactics that I have witnessed Emery use? And now she's got another minion who will help her, who just goes on the attack and does not listen. There's a reason I'm not going to interact with the person who's trying to call me out for just talking about my ancestry. Okay? And that is because I don't want to cause any harm to a trans person in any way, shape, or form. There's a consistent pattern of telling other sectionalities how to understand their oppression. Thank you. That's, yes, I wish I could pin your comment. Wait, can I? Yes. That right there. Yeah. Yeah. How you look does not invalidate the trauma that you carry within you from what your ancestry has experienced and what your current family has experienced. I'm not going to play Trauma Olympics with someone who should know better. Man, I busted a nail. That hurt. Ouch. Yeah, so, you know, if you're interacting with someone and they have exhibited very toxic behavior, okay, and it's a pattern, it's a bunch of people, there's consistency, right? And you see this pattern of behavior, it just keeps on playing out with different people and different friend groups. That is that person's established pattern of behavior, and the chances of them changing, minuscule. Hey Josh, how you doing? Morning. You just getting up? Josh is in the UK. But yeah, that was uncalled for. What Emery did in that live stream just now, uncalled for. Emery has created a feces storm that has been astonishing, and Josh has dealt with some of it, some of the fallout. I've been up for hours, but it's morning here. Oh, right on. Yeah, so the person who got, the one person who keeps tagging you angry, just pulled some BS. Like, it's not debate talk, it's drama talk. That's what that is. Let's see. Hey, small rabid fairy, how you doing? All right, so if you are like in that live stream when Emery brought that person up, I'm not going to say that person's name because I don't want them to have any kind of negative anything. What's up, babe?
I love you.
I love you.
I'm gonna go play a game that lets me kill imperialist shitfucks.
Okay. Yeah. So, what was I saying? I completely forgot what I was saying. Like, I didn't even realize what was happening until Maki came over and That's standard, typical, toxic behavior. I've lost track of how many content creators I have seen on multiple apps do all kinds of horrific shit to people and then just completely like, nope, out of any like consequences. It's astonishing. Absolutely astonishing. Hold on one sec, y'all. Okay, yeah, it's all around on apps. Oh, dude. I literally think that narcissists and other toxic personality types are using the internet at this point to instigate narc fuel. And we know a person in a certain group who does that. Like, damn. like, like, there are a few people in that particular group that are. Wow. Just saying. I'm so angry about that whole live. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Same.
Hey, baby.
Hey. So, I think I was kind of shocked. Can you, like, what the F even just happened?
And so for those of you who don't know, the entire situation what happened today started like months ago, technically years ago at this point. Devolved into me holding the biggest call live that Emerson has ever had to date. Apparently mine was call out live number 5.
Oh, really?
Mambo number 5, yeah.
I did not know that. To be clear, we have not been dealing with the Emery situation for years. It's just been a like 3 or 4 months.
Their pattern behavior online with people on the app has been going on for years, yeah.
Right, but we were not. We haven't been right.
Right.
Just
several months is my involvement. Yours very much so to a lesser degree.
but it's more than enough for me to know that no.
Yeah, I took pretty much a 2-month hiatus from the app and Discord, realistically, before even having that call out live. And then today, a month and 2 days later, I was in their comment section of their live today on my main, and they had said something that piqued my interest. Is like, they said, I've hurt a lot of people. And my response to that immediately was, are you going to apologize to the people that you've hurt?
Not really.
No, not really. So they decided to hold a accountability live for themselves. Never apologized for anything specific unless it was like regarding you and I directly. Everybody else got 0. They just said, a blanket, I'm sorry.
Well, I mean,
They.
No, Rainbow Queen.
Oh, yeah, Rainbow Queen, yeah.
She brought up so many good points that I have Rainbow Queen stuck in my head now. For one, I love rainbows, and for two, Queen, yes, with the name. But anyway, she brought up some really good points. But then two, there were people in the chat who were like, are you actually gonna, like, for real, hold yourself accountable? Because the word salad, it was just all like, bleh. She was just trying to hoover people up. Listen, if you're in this chat and you're one of the people that Emery has harmed, do not engage with them in the DMs, because all they're going to try to do is hoover you up.
Do not engage with Yama or Patch or anybody else in their little circle, because they're all flying monkeys. Emerson's going to hear every word of it, even things that they say are being held in confidentiality. They do not abide that. They are the flying monkeys of abusers.
Okay.
And they will rat so fast.
See, I don't know these people. This is not my friend group. This, like,
Oh yeah, their live derailed so hard.
yeah,
And
I said that's what would happen. Literally said that's what would happen.
And here's the thing. For Emerson, as an abusive person, you were the person that she had to get to leave that live. And I'm sorry that I made you leave that live. You were the person that she had to get to leave that live, because there's no way she would have come out. If you would have stayed, despite how shit the live is right now, it would have been worse for them if you had stayed.
Well, there's way more that I could say, and they know that. I've seen so many screenshots that it's.
I am glad though that they showed their true colors, because you said directly, no, I do not want to have a conversation with this person. Please do not bring them up. She broke that line of consent and brought somebody who was abusive to you in my life into their own life to re-traumatize you.
Yeah. Yeah. A person that will not listen. There's so much nuance and history behind being mixed like I am, and like so many other people are. There's a lot of trauma to it. And this person that Emery brought up just completely ignores all of that, will not listen to any of it.
No. I mean, shit, I've had my own dealings with racism from my Hispanic heritage, from being Peruvian. So I get to deal with racism. People call me Mexican. WB spelled out fully for having a very sweaty back. I've experienced that shit. I've been called a border crosser and all that fun shit. I've experienced it. It was sarcastically fantastic.
I don't know what that was, but that was cute. By the way, if I make any money on here, it is going to DV situation stuff. Yeah, that's all. That's directly where it's going, baby. Sorry, I have to be, or try to be silly. It's pretty bad when you need glasses to see anything, really.
Oh yeah, the Sami people of their Nordic heritage and indigenous culture. Is it?
Yeah.
It's not Scandinavia, is it?
Norwegian?
No. Norwegian, that's what it is.
I think I could be wrong on that. Yeah, I mean, obviously that person has not, been anywhere near, like the Oklahoma res, or, just has no idea what they're talking about, but they know everything and you can't tell them anything, so.
That's the thing, Indigenous AF, is it did turn into an Indigenous erasure live, which is fucking funny since she's Native Hawaiian, or Indigenous Hawaiian.
Who is Onticle Donk?
Onticle Donk is a Pacifica person, specifically from, I know you're going to correct me, but I'm going to try my best to say it correctly, Aotearoa, New Zealand. But they're going to say it correctly. Donk's pronouns are they, them.
Aotearoa.
Thank you.
If I tried to say it with my speech impediment, I would be rude if I even tried. Oh my god, your tattoos are glorious.
Thank you. They are moko, or markings. They're cultural, but thank you very much. When it comes to the whole Emerson thing, so I guess a quick little introduction to myself so people know who I am. I used to be on the little tight-knit Emerson group. Emerson is currently avoiding me because of a promise I made to them that I will never speak another word to them, and I've upheld that promise. Although, if need be, I will break it, and tonight's got very close to it. But I've had the joys of learning how Emerson works and being able to have a look at the inside of their mind because Pacifica no Pacifica, and we understand the ways that people work. So, in regards to that, after seeing everything I have over the last, I don't know, 2 years, 3 years, um, that interaction that ended up happening, where they brought up that other individual, um, that in no way was done with the intention to re-traumatize you. Um, I wouldn't even give it the grace that the opinion of someone else crossed their mind. That was for them to find a way out of accountability. That's all that was. The heat got too much for them, and they decided it doesn't matter if other people get hurt, I'm getting myself out of accountability. Um, and that's very much it.
There seems to be a lot of that. With, like I was saying, with, oh my God, the screenshots. It was like there was the first wave of victims that I had to help. And then Marcus or Maki, am I echoing?
Oh, I've got my mic off.
Oh, okay. Um, but yeah, so there was the first wave of victims that I was trying to help, and then the second wave. And the second wave was from Emerson's behavior. The first wave was from the other person's behavior, right? So Emerson has a very clear, very distinct pattern of behavior, and it is highly destructive, but can be extremely subtle. And a lot of the time, toxic people love that subtlety. They're just, seeds in the ear of, whatever destruction they're going to wreak. And I refuse to participate in that. Like, if they want to be childish like that, that's on them. Oh, okay.
It's really funny because if we look at their little internal group, um, and I won't necessarily bring up names in this that aren't directly involved in the situation that has happened tonight. But if we look at their internal little group, it's amazing how easily one could poke that bear to destroy it with how they think of each other as well. Um, because the discussions that happen in there, even about one another in their own little friends group, um, it's honestly astounding. Um, I mean, for all intents and purposes, there was one of them that was mentioned tonight that spent, oh, probably about 3 months talking shit about Emerson and constantly trying to avoid them, but constantly ending up in interactions with them. And then after every interaction, they'll talk more shit about them. So even within their own friend group, the toxicity can be seen so easily, and it's a wonder how they organize the movements they do against other people with any sort of clarity or context, because they can barely organize a healthy conversation between themselves.
A lot of the screenshots I saw a lot of people who seemed like they might have been heavily traumatized and were lashing out at people. And then there were others that were just along for the ride and kind of enjoyed the chaos. And, but then also there were certain people who just are toxic people. And they thrive on that. It's called narc fuel. Um, and that they feed off of people being distressed, especially the more emotionally distressed they are. They enjoy that. I think that's why Emerson went off on me in that live stream, um, because they realized that I was in an emotional state, and they enjoy that. They people like that love hurting people. That's what they do. So I really hope that people will see this, what I'm saying here, and listen to me. Do not get into the DMs with Emerson. That is isolating. You will be hurt. Pain will come from that.
Mm.
And I said in their live stream that if anyone who is victimized by Emerson wants to interact with Emerson and try to maybe clear things up or whatever, that's fine. You can try that. It's not going to work, but you can try it. And if you want, I'll mediate for you. We can do it in Discord, whatever. It's fine.
Can I say something real quick?
Sure.
Okay. I just want to urge anybody and pretty much everybody on here, and please go and share this with other people that have been around Emerson as well. I need you all to critically think about everything that they've said that is negative about another creator. Because chances are, if you haven't seen that creator do something, they're lying and it's a smear campaign, more than likely. And even if they do have proof, you need to take a moment. If they're saying that proof from another creator is doctored in any way, shape, or form, critically think and look at that proof to see if that actually tracks. Because there are other people here on this app that did not get a chance to address what Emerson has done to them, that are fearing for realistically their lives because of what Emerson has done.
Yeah, and the well-being of their families, and there are a lot of them. A lot. Thankfully, it's not as intense as it was with the other person. But yeah, it's who's talking smack about who. There's something in the Discord. I'm not sure. There are so many names for different people that I get confused. So apparently, what are they still going and still like trashing people? There's a lot of smear campaigns, deflection.
I've left the live. I'm done recording it. I'm literally about to post it to YouTube. Apparently, they're still talking. Probably Echo, Pisces, Wada, and all of them, and still talking smack about Ziv and us and everyone else. Last I saw, Katie, also known as username is Yusuke, was up there. I ended my recording when they were saying their bit, and it was at a good time to like, yep, that's the gist of it.
I don't know.
That's the last I saw, but I left after that. Katie was in the live that I held. They're the one that had to come up and apologize for going off on everybody. They're on the spectrum. Do you remember?
I think so.
Okay.
See, this is a hard position for me to be in because I don't know anyone in these groups. Like, I don't, like, you know, but I do know abuse when I see it. And what I'm seeing from Emery is straight up abuse. Like, what I just experienced on their live stream, that was abuse. Inflicting someone on me who is abusive is abuse. And doing it for your own self-benefit is abuse. And what they did proved my point. You have to show that you're going to not do the toxic things to show people that you have changed. And Emery needs to go to her elders, or their elders, if they have any elders, and get right. You know, the red path is healing, but you have to choose to do that. Like, I don't, huh?
As someone who is Pacifica as well, because me and Emerson are both Pacifica, they won't go to their elders because the way we work and the way we move, this isn't something you can heal from. This isn't something you can recover from. A couple of things, sure. One or two things that they've done, absolutely. But the moment you're bringing kids into it, the moment you're actively perpetuating harm against other women while trying to represent yourself as part of the community, um, that's not things that we stand for. That's not ways that we work as Pacific Islanders. Um, on top of that, if they do go to their elders are going to reach out to other people that may or may not have seen what's going on.
Mm.
And inevitably, discussions are going to be had, and they don't want those discussions to happen.
Well,
Um,
I mean, they couldn't even handle this live stream.
yeah, the way we discuss things is very differently. Obviously, there is an air of, I will say, political correctness that's forced on TikTok, and not even in regards to, oh, we can't say slurs or anything on here. It's, even certain words that we can't use. People have become accustomed to saying unalived, to saying pew pew,
Mm.
that kind of stuff. Um, but the way we work in person, we are very upfront with how we word things. We are
Mm.
very confrontational. We believe in a very traditional way of speaking to one another. Emerson will not handle that. They will not go back to their lands because, in reality, they're not connected to their culture in any way. Um, as a Maori, I was correcting them about their cultures as a Samoan and as a Kanaka or a Indigenous Hawaiian, um, which shouldn't be something that I should have had the ability to do. But that level of knowledge just isn't there, and that level of connection just isn't there. So, in regards to cultural healing, I highly doubt that will ever happen because they haven't taken this time to actually step into the culture before they even start healing or considering that.
Mm. That's sad. That's sad. And it's hard going through the reconnection process, but also the healing process. And there's a lot. It's like a bunch of layers of an onion. Like you think you've gotten to a certain point, and then up, there's another layer. Like it, there are so many layers to reconnection and all of that, reconstruction and everything. So if Emerson will go from 0 to 1,000 that quickly, the way they did with me in that live, they're gonna do this behavior again. It's gonna happen. Um, it's that saying, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. Um, there are three people in the request. I'm gonna let you up in a second. Just give me a minute. Um, just to warn people, seriously, do not trust the DMs. Do not go into the DMs. There's a thing called hoovering. So if you realize somebody is toxic, the best thing to do is to gray rock. They're never going to really apologize and mean it. They're not going to change their behavior, and we can't fix them. They have to do that themselves. And that's, you can try to help someone, but they have to want to help themselves. Hold on, I'm going to bring you all up. Let's be chill, please.
Hey everybody.
And I
I just
think,
wanted to apologize for not jumping straight into this live. I was trying to get as much of that recorded as I could for all of us. What happened there was an absolute deflection, and yeah, it was brutal to watch. And then right at the end of mine, which again, Maki, send me your email or anyone else and I will send it. I just suck at editing. The only thing I ask is you edit any like conversations I had opened up during that out of it. But that was one of the most brutal things I've had to watch in a while. I think that bringing up Antiwada when you had flat out said that you didn't want to get into that conversation at that point as a victim of Emerson's, it should have been focused on, hey, look, like whatever you guys have going on right now, we're gonna leave that out of it, and I want to focus on what this live is about. And that wasn't handled that way, and that was appalling.
Yeah, hold on
They dropped me.
one second, everyone. Just 1 second. There are people coming in who don't know what happened. All right, so there's someone who has a few different accounts. Emerson. I'm just gonna say Emery for right now because that's the live stream that we were on. Emery, right? Do I have that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Where do we even begin? Emery has displayed extraordinarily toxic behavior toward multiple people over several years. And me and Maki had a very, very extraordinarily negative experience because of Emery. And Emery does not hold themselves accountable and has, in fact, attacked an Indigenous child to harm a parent, disabled people, will engage in Indigenous erasure, calls people out for being racist and ableist and all the things, but then will engage in those behaviors themselves and victimizes people, a lot of people. If it was one person, I would probably not be doing this live this way. It would be handled a different way. But this is a lot of people. It's a lot of people. So if you're in the DMs with them, be careful. Be very careful. It sounds to me like Emerson just uses their indigeneity against people as a weapon. I hate saying that, but that's what it sounds like. If they're not on the red road, on the red path, that's what many of us call it, of reconnection and getting yourself right is usually what I call it, was what my uncle calls it. And if they're using their indigeneity to hurt people, then they're just using that ancestry as a weapon, and that is rude and disrespectful in many ways. And yeah, hold on. I'm trying to keep up with chat just a little bit.
I was going to
Emerson,
request if Tabby could go first real quick.
what is pattern of behavior they know? Emerson did that on purpose. So on this live stream, just before I started this live stream, Emerson brought someone up on their panel that I specifically said I did not want to engage with because they utilize Indigenous erasure to invalidate people. And they have said that I silence trans women. I'm gender fluid. That falls under the umbrella of trans. If I could transition, I would, but I can't.
Can I just add in really quickly here, just in regards to that person being brought up? Not only were they brought up and knowing that the harm was going to be perpetuated, they put the request in to ask whether or not that person could be brought up because of what had happened in the past. They have said no because of what had happened in the past and the harm that was perpetuated, and then they were subsequently brought up. So they knew, they put the request out, they knew it wasn't something that was wanted because of the harm that was perpetuated, and then still chose to participate in that and allow it.
Yeah, allowed me to be yelled at and for the verbal abuse to begin. That's what that person was attempting to do to me with this abuse, which I will not participate in. That's why I don't want to say that person's name in here, please, because they are a trans woman of color. So if they don't want to listen, that's up to them. But we're not going to perpetuate that. Okay,
Can I request that Tabby go first?
sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just gonna make this quick. I was gonna say it does bother me when Black people who are uneducated by Indigenous and who are uneducated when it comes to Indigenous people speak on specific instances like white presenting Indigenous people. It is not the same thing as being Black. White presenting Black people Black people of black ancestry who are white presenting have a completely different experience in this country than people who are white presenting and they are indigenous due to the huge difference in history. So black people speaking on that and making that statement towards indigenous people is entirely wrong. Because we're speaking from our own experience, and our own experience is completely different from that of indigenous people. Yes, they're both marginalized identities, they're both marginalized races, but their histories, and when it comes to white presenting, is entirely different. And it does lead to indigenous erasure when other black people believe that because we have an understanding of racism from the experience of blackness, that we can speak on other communities, other racial communities. And it leads to erasure and a misunderstanding of those communities when we're not listening to people within those communities who say that is indigenous erasure. And it beyond upset me to see that happening in real time. And then for every excuse in the book to be made to make it okay. Just because you're aware of some things that happen in the indigenous community does not mean you're educated enough as a black person or as a marginalized person to speak on it when you are not a part of that community. Because clearly there's a lack of education there. And I'm not going to act like it's anything else. And it's harmful. And it needs to stop. And it was not the space for that. It was not the space for them to do that. Point blank, period. That space was about Emerson's accountability, and if it was about anything else, they should have held their own live and had the conversation there, or they should stop and maybe educate themselves on the indigenous people's experiences before they go into any live and say something like that. But yes, now I'm going to drop because I don't really want to stay up here for too long in regards to Emory.
Thank you, Tabby.
Appreciate you, Tabby.
Thank you for coming up. Yeah, it's
W.
a lot of people don't understand that indigenous people all over the world deal with a lot of ish.
Yeah. I just want to say, I think it's interesting that they allowed that and then allowed me to be verbally abused and attacked up there, and then dropped me during the fucking whatever it was, the disco or whatever. And then the mods kept removing me from the request box to go back up. But then they were all just sitting there saying, nobody's doing that, teehee.
Well, I think they proved in their own self-accountability live that they will not be held self-accountable. Like they won't hold themselves accountable, is what they proved. Like.
Yeah. And just to clarify anything that was said about me in the live for those who were listening to Yusuke or Katie, Miss Wada and Pisces were saying. Yeah, so if I have done anything that was racist, you can absolutely call me out on that. Donk knows damn well that that's the case. Because Donk would have whooped my ass to next Sunday if I had done that. I called out Katie on harmful behavior several times in one person's space because they were continuously being harmful by saying that when they told someone to unalive, they would say it again. And I have all of the evidence to back that. Pisces, I told you not to say that shit because I genuinely do not have the self-control if my wife is not here to find your information. So my wife is here, thankfully. And Miss Wada, you repeatedly centered yourself in that live, which is why we dropped you and called you on your shit. And then you went and held your own live where you allowed people to sit there and talk shit about me. And then when I repeatedly said in the comments, hey, I am under the influence of adult drinks right now, I'm not coming up. I just came to say it's fucking crazy that you guys are centering yourself about a live that was talking about people's experience in abuse from one singular person, and you're mad because your fucking conversation had nothing to do with what we were discussing. And then you allowed several people to sit up there in your live to talk shit about me. So that's fucking great. You don't know who I am, but you allowed people to sit up in your live for no less than 45 minutes talking shit about me. Yes, Anna, it was a strange comment. I unfortunately have a lot of time on my hands, or had a lot of time on my hands when I was a teenager, and I learned a lot of creepy fucking shit. I know how to find people. It's not that hard. So I
Yes, but we're not going to do that.
hold myself back.
Please.
I hold myself back. So yes, it was a weird comment. You can say all you fucking want. I don't even know who the fuck you are. But you're really weird being wishy-washy in these comments, saying all kinds of shit. But yeah. I mean, I'm just admitting that I have skills. I'm not saying that I will actually do anything. So I don't know what your problem is.
Well, I mean, I just find it very telling that, I don't know, that was not a self accountability live. That was
It wasn't.
Darvo live. Deflect. It's like they were all, you know, I think it was probably planned. It just had that feel to me.
I don't think what happened was planned necessarily, but I do think that they would have jumped at the opportunity for anyone to take over that space so they didn't have to deal with it.
Well, they definitely used it. Hey, Indigenous AF. My speech impediment is kicking up a little bit.
Egg is the moderator that is in Emerson space that was in Artemis's server, taking screenshots of people's conversations in the venting channel, making fun of them. Cyber.
Wow, that is, the more I hear, the more messed up. Like, what? People do this? Like, I can't relate. I don't understand. Like, what? I don't know. I'll be. I have to go.
Okay, Donk, you wanted to say something?
I can finally put my hand down. My arm fucking hurts.
Sorry, dog.
No, to go back to what was mentioned earlier by Tabby. It's how long that hand's been up, by the way. But to sort of build off what they were saying, when we start talking about race and try to use the concept of race as any sort of means to justify our position in an argument regarding the validity of Indigenous people or the experiences or anything like that, we can't simply sit with the original concept of race. And there's a couple of reasons for that. And number one, the establishment of race as a context by the Portuguese and by the French, because it was both of them that helped establish it, very much was done before a lot of the impacts of colonialism and colonization was passed out throughout the world. And the second part that comes with it is the fact that racial dynamics internationally have changed so much. If we look at the generally accepted five races now, when race was first constructed as a concept, there were only four because Pacific Islanders hadn't even been discovered yet. Our nations had not been settled, our people had not been discovered, and neither had Aboriginal Australians and Torres Strait Islanders. So when we're talking about the first instances of race, we need to understand that it's a flawed point to start that argument from, and that's why often it will lead to Indigenous erasure and perpetuate that harm that people don't understand because of the disparities of the context of race as it was then to how it is now.
Hold on, Donk. Someone is mass reporting the live. I'm gonna come in on a different account.
Oh, yay.
Wait,
I don't know,
who's
someone
mass
got
reporting?
flagged. I don't know if
Wait,
someone
what?
got flagged or
Ziv must have gotten
they-
flagged, that's why they're coming back in.
yeah, either they got flagged or they heard about something
Hold
going
on a
on
second.
in the background. but apparently the live's being recorded.
Somebody was reporting Zoe.
I don't know, something's going on. Hi.
Hi, my loves. So Katie, and obviously not the Katie that we love and adore, but Yuxi, by the end of that was basically just saying that anybody who was against what Antifa or Pisces said was anti-black. And I feel like using
Words, we
that,
can't hear you, babes.
Okay. Me being part indigenous has nothing to do with being anti-black. I'm not anti-black.
no, and I'm very much a YT person. I will never claim otherwise. But when I tell somebody that I don't like them, it has nothing to do with the color of their skin, their ethnicity, anything like that. If I don't like you, I think you're a shitty person. That's it. And I think that Yuxi is a shitty ass person.
Yusuke.
And I have thought that for
Yusuke.
Yusuke, sorry. Yusuke is a shitty person. I have thought so for a long time. And I'm not going to pretend like that has anything to do with their ethnicity, their background, their heritage, anything. It has to do. I've never seen Yusuke. I've never seen a picture of them. I've never seen their skin color, nothing. I think they are trash because I think they're trash.
I don't know this person. Who have I interacted with this person? I don't even know. I'm sorry.
No, you haven't. So they are someone who recently popped up in the debate talk scene. Like I want to say maybe 4 or 5 months ago. And they just kind of ever since popping up have been nothing but harmful to so many different fucking communities. Like including their own communities. It's insanity. But they have actively participated in telling people to unalive themselves because they disagreed with them. They have. So this person was under the influence and had come up on live, did not tell anyone that they were under the influence. But then when the panel was made aware that they were under the influence of adult beverages, Katie or Yusuke told them to lie on their back and rot, essentially, which lying on your back when you're under the influence of adult beverages is basically telling someone to choke on their own vomit. So that's cute. That's so cute. And then, so that happened in Taylor Teach's live, and then Taylor continued being friends with them. So that's why I stopped interacting with Taylor, because that shit was fucking insanity. So yeah, and they said they'd do it again. That's the weirdest part, is like they actively admitted that it was in a fit of rage, but that they'd also actively do it again. They have also been really, really transphobic. Auntie Wada and her entire crew are very like transphobic to anyone that's not in their group.
Aren't they technically transmedicalists?
Yes,
Okay.
they're transphobic. Yeah, and they bully people, like, for no reason. Like, you call them out on shit, and they just start bullying you for months on end, and then start, like, spreading rumors about you. which is what's currently happening to me. And I currently have a fucking police report filed because that shit's fucking annoying. Because why do I keep getting DMs from random people in their little squad about how I need to unalive myself? So yeah, it's great. It's fucking great. Yeah. Ableism is also a big thing that Yusuke does. And of course Emerson's allowing it, or Emerson's mods, which are by proxy an extension of Emerson.
I don't know, man. This is just really messed up, all the way around. Emerson's gonna do this behavior again, and it's not gonna stop. So, I mean,
Can we not preach fucking...
we don't allow proselytizing on my page ever. If you don't like that, you can go elsewhere, or I'm gonna start proselytizing about Satan. I'll give it about 5 seconds, okay? I will come to your page and I'll start proselytizing about Satan if you don't stop. And I will enjoy every second of it. I'm not a Satanist like that. I don't believe Satan exists, but you know.
That's okay. I'll just mute them, and then they just have to suffer in silence as we talk about how great Satan is.
Okay, here's the thing. If Satan did exist, can we just acknowledge the fact that, one, he's made out to be this awful person, but all he wants is for people to have knowledge and understanding of how things work. And then on top of that, like, he is not, like, evil. Yes, he's the quote-unquote ruler of hell, but right, we know in like Christian mythology and Abrahamic faiths that Satan is the son of God, right? Like, we understand that God created him and that he was the light bringer. Like, his name is Lucifer, the light bringer. Like, can we understand that real quick? That, like, he is genuinely the best fucking creature in Abrahamic mythologies.
Okay. And okay. So Emerson, listen, yeah, it's okay. So there's something in the chat that I wanted to literally allowed the mod to come up and confront the victim. That's great. That's great. Was that Rainbow Queen or someone else? Because there are so many. So I mean, after I came off panel of Emerson's live, I didn't see what else happened. So I know people have recorded it. I will watch it. Yay!
Okay, they allowed Auntie Water and Pisces King go off on you and me, and then also Zeb, because Zeb spoke after Auntie Water. So Pisces King went off on Zeb, and mostly Zeb, but to a degree, you and I.
I don't even know this person.
I followed Pisces King like a year and a half ago, and since then I really haven't watched much of their content, so I'm really so far out of the loop right now on so many people.
I just wanna say, like, real quick, like, that person was one of the first people I ever blocked because I was holding a live about, like, how I became a parent story, and they told me that I was not a real man because I carried a pregnancy to term.
Transphobic. Okay. Good to know. Good to know that Emerson holds such company. Interesting. But I'm sure they're just useful tools to gain more narc fuel.
Well, oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
That's So Emerson is never going to apologize and actually mean it, where it won't. You know, when somebody says I'm sorry, but you feel that you're being blown off. Like, well, I'm really sorry about that, but no, there's no but. Either you're sorry or you're not. Like,
Well, that's what I was going to ask is, Did Emerson ever take accountability for anything without immediately flipping the table around?
No.
You got a word salad of an apology to me and words, but I mean, it was half-hearted and disingenuous the entire time. Self-centering and placative the entire time.
I don't even know why, like, okay, they claimed that they don't even know who Emerson is. Then why were you in the live?
Who claimed that?
All of Auntie Wada's crew.
Oh, that's interesting. And
Like, we're literally up there saying, I don't even know who Emerson is, but you need to quit that shit, Emerson. That's fucking insanity. Blah, 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 blah. I don't know who Emerson is. We've never met before. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, then why were you in the live? If it had
and
nothing to do
why were
with
they
you.
in the other live as well, doing the same thing?
Exactly.
I was going to say it's a bit of a coincidence that they showed up in the accountability live that I held and in the accountability live that Emerson held, where Emerson was a subject both times. That's a little suspicious to me. I think she's got what was the other term? Not a flying monkey, but the other one that
Flea.
a flea.
Yeah, so that's 3 live streams that they just happened to come into and like.
Oh, look who's in the comments. It's Katie. Oh, Katie, do you want to come up and talk about that? Or no? Because I really don't want you to. I want you to admit the fact that you absolutely told a under the influence person to lay on their back and choke on their vomit.
Okay, if you're gonna come up in the panel, then you are going to be polite. You are in my space. And all of the BS that Emerson allows to go on in their space does not and will not go on in this space. And if you start verbally abusing anyone, you'll be kicked. If you're rude at any point, you'll be kicked. Bear that in mind. I will not tolerate abuse on here of anyone. If you don't like that, you can leave. Who is Celeste?
Celeste is one of the people who was also abused by Emerson.
Okay.
Anyways, you can deny saying it all you want now, but we literally have the evidence of you admitting to saying that on Taylor's live and admitting that you said it in a fit of rage and that you'd say it again anyways.
That is not okay. First of all,
Okay,
Ready,
hold
just
on,
really
hold on,
quickly,
hold on. Everyone,
I
hold
wanna-
on. Hold on. Listen. If you did something, then you know you did it. And if there are receipts, they're just going to be shown.
that's fine. I
Own your
want to say my
ish.
piece.
Own
Can I just
your ish. What? Do what, Dunk?
Can I interject really quickly? I understand that this is a conversation that wants to happen. However, I do want to bring light to the fact that Celeste said they were having an attack, so I want to check in on them, please.
Oh, okay. Celeste, are you okay? Everybody else mute, please. Celeste, are you okay?
No,
Okay, everybody else stand by. What's going on?
I went up in Emerson's live. Sativa was just standing down on what she said about calling me trash. There was no accountability for what they did.
Oh, honey. Why would you up there? Are you okay? Like, genuinely, are you going to be okay?
Yeah,
Would
Okay, do
you,
you
if you want, you can talk about whatever it is that you experienced here, and we won't let anyone attack you. If you wish. It's, or not, but
I
do
can
me,
say
I
it for
just
you.
want to be with some safe people.
Ziv,
Alright.
Ziv, mute for me, okay? Celeste, I want you to do me a favor, okay? Look around you.
Okay.
Count how many blue things you see.
3.
Okay. Now count how many red things you see.
5.
Okay. Do you have anything there that smells good?
I have some perfume.
Spray some on you, or, you know, on your clothing or whatever.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, do you have water there with you?
Yes.
Okay, drink some water and just breathe, okay? Give yourself a minute
Okay.
and just center yourself, ground and center, okay? We'll talk for a little while and then we'll come back to you. All right?
Thank you.
It's fine. It's totally fine. And you can go ahead and stay on panel and it's fine. Here is some of the fallout of Emerson and what Emerson does. Yet again, we are going to be polite. Anyone who comes up on panel, be polite.
So, I'm just
Wait.
going to reiterate my
Okay.
piece for those who weren't here, so that they can follow the conversation. I'm addressing the fact that Yusuke or Katie told a person who was under the influence of adult beverages to lay on their back. And if you understand anything about why that's a terrible idea, you can follow along from here. If you don't, basically, if you are under those influences, laying on your back is the worst thing you could do because you could end up unaliving from that.
Cool. Can I say my piece now?
Sure, go ahead.
Cool. Thank you. So, first of all, I had no idea if she's drinking or not. I don't drink. I've not drinking in a long time. Okay. Taylor did say sleep on your stomach, and I'm like, no, screw that. Sleep on your back. Spiteful ass joke. It's not going to influence her in any kind of way. It's just not. Okay. The next night, they held me to account for it, and I was like, okay, hey, cool. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. Fine. You know? All right. I've not done jack like that since. At all. So I don't know what this is. Well, I have an idea of what this is all about. And it goes beyond this whole thing with what was her name? Martha's mom. But yeah, as if I didn't tell somebody to unalive themselves. I don't know what this the whole thing of me telling making unaliving threats came in over on Emerson's live. I don't know why I got muted for supposedly saying that, even though I've never done that. I've never made any kind of unaliving threat whatsoever to anybody ever in my entire life that I've used that I've been online. Never.
So,
Ever.
So
Not
you
once.
just admitted that you did say that.
No, I did not.
But
I did
then
not tell somebody to unalive themselves. What are you talking about? I never said that.
Telling a drunk person to lay on their back is telling them to unalive themselves.
If you would want to make that stretch, then go ahead and make that
It's
stretch.
not a stretch.
It's a stretch, and it's definitely
sorry,
not.
can we have the
And it's
bartender-
definitely
can
not
we
a
have the
threat.
bartender
You
speak on
directly
this?
admitted to that being exactly what you
Right.
intended.
No, I said that.
Hey,
I had no.
hey, this is my page.
Sorry.
We're not going to interrupt each other. One at a time, all right? Keep it chill. Listen, it is wrong to tell someone to sleep on their back if they've been drinking alcohol or imbibing in anything really. It's just wrong. Okay, Maki?
I'm just going to say, as somebody who's been around, I grew up in the deep south on the bayou, so I've been around alcohol since I was 12. I'm also did get minor medical training when I was in the military for a bit, and it's a consistent understanding that somebody's been drinking and they even if they haven't like passed out from being too inebriated, you don't you don't let them sleep on their back. You don't, even if they're sleeping like like at a slight tilt and their head is still straight up, you still tilt their head, because if somebody is inebriated and they throw up, the chances of them waking up to get that out of their mouth is very low. So the vomit will not leave their mouth, and instead of going back down their trachea, it'll go down their windpipe. So I'm not sure if you knew the context of that or if that was a thing, but understand that when you tell somebody who's been drinking to lay on their back, when somebody's already said, like, as an advisory thing to lay on your stomach, you have essentially said to go unalive yourself, whether you recognize that or not. And it's not a joke. Like, I don't know in what context you meant to imply that as a joke, but through so many words, you did tell them to go unalive themselves.
Yeah, that's irresponsible thing to do. I mean, it's just, I wouldn't do that to someone ever. Say that to someone. It's irresponsible. Small, tidy goth.
May I reply to those comments, please?
What do you want to
So,
say? What you said was not funny. How many people laughed at your joke?
so first of all,
No,
I
answer
had
my
no,
question. How many people laughed
first
at
of
your
all,
joke?
I had no knowledge that she was even drunk at all. She did not say this ahead of time. I had zero knowledge.
So
At all.
Tay in the comments was on that panel, and I was also watching the live. She literally had admitted that she had been drinking.
I did not
Okay, so
touch that.
listen.
I did not.
Hold on, everyone. Hold on. You don't get to Darvo here.
I'm
Own
not
your ish
Darvo.
or get off of my live.
I'm
It's
not
one or the
Darvo.
other. That when you deflect away from what you actually did, and you
I
are
did.
effectively attacking and switching victim and offender, that's Darvo.
I'm not. I'm telling you, that's what Ziv does. You can make it that what you want, but I did not know that she was drunk whatsoever.
And yet you've got people in the chat saying otherwise,
I
who
did
were
not
there as
know.
witnesses.
I
Darvo's
did.
not going to happen
I'm
here.
not
You
Darvoing.
either own it or you leave.
I am not Darvoing. I did not know she was drunk
So then why would you tell her to lay on the back? What was the joke in that?
because of the fact that Taylor said, make sure you sleep on your stomach. And I figured, fuck that, lay on your back.
That
And I
makes
did
no
own
sense.
that. I did own that. I own the fact that I said, lay on your back. I don't even know why you keep bringing this up. Like I told somebody to go and commit some kind of unaliving threat.
Okay, well, here we have somebody who was there who is a witness.
You talking about Smalls?
Another person.
Are you talking about Smalls?
Tay?
Small and Tay.
Okay.
It was me. So the question of her being drunk was asked before you made that comment. So there's no way that could possibly be true.
There is. I know during that time, there were times when I was away. I had no clue she was drunk at all.
Then why did you comment if you had no clue, you didn't know what was happening, but you said lay on your
I
stomach
knew it was
or
happening.
on your
because
back?
I knew it was happening because I was there for a good chunk of the live. But there were times when I walked away from my when I walked away from my phone to go and make some food. So if she mentioned it during that time, I had no knowledge.
Well, isn't
I
that a
had no knowledge
convenient
whatsoever.
out?
Sorry?
That's a convenient out that you're
So then
trying
what
to
was
use,
the
and it's
joke?
not
I'm
going to work.
Lay on their
I
back.
eat late at night. It's not uncommon for me at all. I eat late at
So
night.
what was the joke? What would have been a joke about telling someone to lay on their back? Because if they were sober, and if they were sober, then that wouldn't have been a joke. That
Okay,
would have
hold
been-
on. This is circular. Hold on. Who is Jamie Spears? I don't know
Are
who
you
this.
asking all of us, or?
If I'm going to
I
bring
don't
you
know who
up,
Jamie Spears is.
I know
be
who Jamie
polite.
is.
Be polite.
What's up, Jamie?
Hey, I was there as well, and this person was
Which
on
person?
Martha's mom, what's her name?
yes, Martha's mom. But the reason everybody's calling her Martha's mom is because she had taken her daughter's account, had come up on Taylor's live, was saying a bunch of really, really transphobic stuff, had gotten dropped, had come back. She had some sort of speech impediment. It sounded like she was slurring her words. People were asking her many, many times if she was under the influence. She continued to deny that she was not under the influence, but she was acting very erratic. And we were trying not to be ableist or anything like that because she could just have been like that and had a speech impediment and not been under the influence. So then she was not dropped. And eventually Taylor got irritated enough that he was like, okay, you gotta go. And went to drop her and was saying like to sleep on her back and drink water. And that's when this comment came up. Stomach. I don't drink at all. I'm sober. So I've never drunk. So don't know. Whichever direction, that's what Taylor said, and this is when that comment was made. But she was also directly like making slurs and stuff at that time, and so it was very chaotic. And she denied repeatedly that she was under the influence, despite appearing to be under the influence or having some sort of speech impediment.
Okay.
And acting around.
Oh, okay, hold on, everybody, hold on. Small, tidy goth has not really had a chance. Go ahead. Everybody, just hold on a sec. Small. I know I can't. YouTube TikTok. God damn it.
No, you're cool. You can just call me Jonah.
Okay.
Or Small. Just don't call me late for dinner.
I'm insane.
Yeah, right.
Same.
Katie, you admitted to all this. You admitted to it being a very deliberately constructed insinuation that this person should unalive themselves when this was addressed with you the following day on Taylor's Live.
I did not. I did not.
You did. You did this in front of
I did not.
dozens of people.
I've never said.
And you justified it by saying that. Oh, sorry, I haven't interrupted you at any point. You justified it by saying that if they're going to come at you and diminish the community that you're a part of, that there is nothing off the table. I also heard you would take accountability. You ended up taking accountability for it. I am not sure why it's been brought up again. I'm not sure what it's in relation to. My understanding was up until this point, you acknowledged that it was a harmful and horrible thing to do. And that we had collectively, as a community, recognized that you had taken accountability and had moved past it. So I'm not sure why it's being brought up again.
Because
but now that it has been brought up again, hold on. Ziv, hold on. Now that it has been brought up again.
Ziv and Yuxi, y'all got to speak. It is Goth's turn to speak, and I feel very interested in saying that it's Goth's time to speak as a gothy goth.
Yeah, gang. But yeah, now that it has been brought up again, you're trying to deflect and say that you didn't do this, which is disappointing to me because you did. If we have to, I can go through the list of people that you admitted this in front of. When this was addressed the second time, or not the second time, the subsequent day. That's all I really had to say. Well, no, okay. I can see that you've said in the comment you didn't go back on it. You admit that you said it. You have been the entire time you're up here denying that you said this with the intent of it being, advocating that this person should self-expire. So you're not you didn't. I'm not saying that you've denied that you've said it since you got up here. I'm saying that you're denying the intent behind what you said while having previously copped to it in the past. I don't know why you're doing that. We had, as a community, said you've acknowledged it, you recognize that it's harmful, and we had moved beyond it, or at least the majority of people that were involved. Even Emerson called you out on this. I don't know why you're doubling back. But look, that's Ziv, when I'm saying we, I mean we as a community, the majority of people involved had moved beyond it. But yeah, that's pretty much all I had to say on it.
Yeah, I just want to also add that I was with Small and everybody when the next day happened, and that went on for 40 minutes, maybe 30 minutes. And during that time, I do agree that Katie took responsibility for making the statement, and there was a resolution, and a change of policy to Taylor's Live because everything had gotten out of hand, and there was a decision also not to platform anybody that was suspected to be under the influence because that was a contributing factor to the person's erratic behavior to begin with.
So I'm not saying that I didn't say it. However, I did not say it with the intent of her to unalive herself. I have not said that whatsoever. At all. As far as to
Dude,
why
come
it's
on,
being
come
brought
on,
up,
come on.
as,
Listen,
as far
what else
as
could that mean?
it's me being spiteful. That's it. It was not intended for her to unalive, okay? I've been to multiple parties where I've had to turn over people. All right.
That's deflection.
No, it's the truth. I
It might
have.
be the truth, but it's still deflection to this situation. It's
I,
irresponsible to do these things online. It is irresponsible to. You don't know that person. You don't know if they're maybe having certain ideations. So
I can't control how they
it doesn't
act on their
matter.
ideas.
You can control what you say and what you don't say.
I said it. Okay.
All right. Well, now we're going to get back to
I've never
Emerson.
denied I've said it. As far as why it's being brought up, Small, Ziv is the one that brought it up.
It doesn't
out of
matter. Ziv can
nowhere.
talk about whatever they want to talk about. You can't
No,
police
that's
what
fine.
everyone else wants to talk about or not talk about. I'm not
I'm
going
I'm
around.
not saying that's the case.
You
But
don't need to
Listen to
explain
me.
why it's being brought up. I don't care why it's being brought up.
But you
Listen,
asked why it's being brought up.
No, I didn't. I stated that I didn't know, and I'm pretty sure I also stated that I didn't care, but if I didn't, I am now. I don't
Okay,
care why it's
cool.
being brought up. I care that you
Oh.
are now denying what you've done.
I'm not denying that I said it.
what about the impact that might have had? That's the point. It's irresponsible to say that to someone. Like, I would
Yeah.
never say that to anyone. Unless
Yes.
they were a P3DO.
Yes,
Choose your
and
battles.
In that case, I did say, hey, it was messed up of me to say, and I've never said that kind of thing again.
Well, I
Period.
mean, regardless, if people want to talk about that, that's a thing that happened. It's part of
That's
being
fine.
responsible for what you do and say is accepting the fact that people might talk about it.
That's okay. That's fine. I don't care who talks about it.
And
I
yet
talked
here
about it
you
to
are,
somebody about it. I don't care if
derailing a
somebody talks about it.
conversation that isn't about you.
I talked about it yesterday to somebody. I'm open
So,
about the fact that I said it. I don't care that people want to hold me accountable for saying it. I don't care.
and yet here we
However,
are.
the issue though is that was said, and then I got muted on Emerson's. I got muted, and then Ziv's like, oh no, sorry, not Ziv. Al said, oh, I got muted for making unaliving threats, which I did not do, which
That's
is
what
not
that
the
is.
case.
That's what
No.
that is.
Al said I was
It doesn't
muted
matter
on
if you
Emerson's
don't.
live
Can I
for
clarify?
making unaliving threats when I did not make it on that live at all.
I never said you did. I never
I didn't
said
say you
that.
did. I said Al said it. Al said it.
People,
I
shut it. It doesn't matter. You said the thing, you did the thing, and the thing could have had bad consequences. That's the point. You're centering yourself.
We say this a lot in other live spaces. It's impact over intent, and the impact of your words chosen out of spite could have and did have the potential to negatively impact that person into self-unaliving. And we need to recognize that our words, like my partner's name says, is words have power. Impact over intent. Not defend the actions that we did or try to say that's not what I meant, because what you meant doesn't matter at the end of the day. It's how they're taken.
Right. Anyway, we're going back to the Emerson conversation because I'm not going to have that derailed. I'm just not. It's not going to happen here. If y'all want to try to do that, you're going to have to do that elsewhere.
That's fine. I just want to say my piece because I know somebody was saying some mess. So anyway, however this goes out, I wish you all the best. Have a good night.
You too.
Yeah, the only
Literally,
reason
they
I'm-
didn't even have to come up
Sorry.
here. They could have said that in the chat.
I said I didn't want them to come up here. I want to clarify real quick because this does tie into the Emerson situation. They had continuously gone to Emerson about this situation because I kept confronting them about it because I had not known that it had been taken care of the day after. I didn't know that they had taken accountability until after I had kept going to Emerson about having them in their spaces. And then Emerson kept like telling people that Emerson and Katie kept telling people that I was just being rude because Katie was black. So that's another thing that like has gotten twisted into this. I genuinely am so lost at this point because I had no animosity towards Katie until that statement happened, and then Katie denied ever saying it repeatedly in conversation with me, including in Emily's server, which is another person in this whole fucking thing that Emerson attacked and hounded and harassed. And I went to Emily about it and I was like, hey, this isn't the first time that I've seen Katie say some like really out of pocket things. And then Katie started telling Emily that I was just trying to turn people against Katie because they're black. And Emerson followed suit. Even having problems with Katie, Emerson followed suit.
Could I just interject here really quickly, please? I did see that Atlas is fronting, but for contextual purposes, Celeste, could we please have a check-in?
Yes. How are you feeling right now?
Honestly, a lot better. I calmed down, drank some water, doing some breathing.
Yeah, so one of the things I was trying to have you do was trigger your senses. So with the perfume and the water, if you have something like gum or hard candy, that can help for taste. Okay, are you comfortable speaking right now, or like whatever you want to talk about is you can.
Well, I didn't want to interrupt the conversation. I mean, you guys can. I'll interject, in a minute. But I didn't want to interrupt anybody.
It's okay.
Yeah, you're good at this. Take your time.
Okay.
If it's okay, I did just want to check in with you, Words, after the water thing, because it was you and I that were on panel during the call out or call in last time that this happened. And I know that the last time it happened, it was just as confronting and just as harsh and hurtful and invalidating as far as the rhetoric that was being used is concerned. So I guess I just wanted to check in with you and see how you were feeling regarding it and kind of like extend a bit of a hand.
I mean, it's just kind of standard. After 50 years, I'm kind of used to people behaving like that, and the indigenous erasure and all of that is just kind of typical. It's sad, it's disappointing, but it's kind of typical,
Yeah.
It's like a roller coaster ride.
My love?
Huh?
Sure. Remember that thing I did 6.5 years ago?
You're asking a person who has no grasp of time because time.
It was shortly after baby girl was born.
You did a lot of things. To be fair, we both did.
Okay, but it's the one that explains why I had more of a negative reaction than you did.
Okay. Yeah.
It's good doing each other in that thought process where
We're not going to talk about that on here.
No.
That's a personal ritual thing.
Yeah.
Anywho, Annie Hauser. What? I was just thinking something. Yeah. I was hoping to reconnect with you, Goth, because that was actually an interesting conversation we were beginning, which got completely derailed by somebody who doesn't even know what they're talking about.
Yeah, I can understand that, and if at any point in the future, this space is about the harm that Emerson has caused, and I don't intend to kind of scoop up that focus. I just wanted to
Yeah,
check
but I
in, but
think
if
it's
at any
connected.
point...
I think it's connected, so it's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I just followed you, by the way. So yeah, I think that 2 or 3 times a similar thing happening in a live stream is a pattern. So that tells me that Emerson is purposefully using someone, probably as a flea, to attack people using their indigenous ancestry as a weapon. And that is really messed up.
The thing that so I've had issues with Auntie Water in the past, and there was an instance where Auntie Water had misgendered me, been corrected, continued to do so, accused me of a bunch of shit, diminished my indigeneity. Emerson actually was one of the people that came to my defense with that, which I appreciated. To see them now actively platforming Auntie when it benefits them is very disappointing, because they have in the past directly argued against the same rhetoric that we heard Auntie using when she joined the panel today. And I have my own issues with Emerson, and I'll not be getting into them here, but I do subscribe to a perspective of radical compassion. And seeing that Emerson had done this, I was skeptical that it was... Seeing that Emerson had done this like Accountability Live, I was skeptical, but I was hopeful. To see them do that, to see them do what they did, in response to being held accountable in a space that they had specifically constructed to hold themselves accountable, it has implied to me that isn't going to... that hope was misplaced, and they're not going to, be improving anytime soon.
Yeah, no. When I explicitly said no, I'm not interested in having a conversation with that person. Like, I mean, how can you not understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? You know what I mean? Like, I clearly stated I didn't want to have any contact with that person. I won't even say their name because, believe it or not, I have been a member of the LGBTQ plus community my whole life, and I fall under the trans umbrella, and I don't hate myself, so I will actively try to protect other trans people. If that person does not wish to listen to the lived experiences of people who have indigenous ancestry, that's on them. I don't know, but I think it's just convenient. It is very convenient that Emerson let that happen and did that purposefully. Does not respect consent or boundaries and limitations. Does not listen when people say no. Just does whatever they want to. So they're not going to change. They're just going to continue doing what they do. They're just going to continue hurting people.
Yeah, yeah, all I can say is that it was very, very disappointing. I thought that it showed signs of growth, but seemed performative. But yeah, I want to, I guess, reiterate what you've talked about. I understand you've talked about blood quantum in the past, and I can only really speak for Australian peoples. And Donk, I think, is far more eloquent when it comes to this than I. But blood quantum in Australia, at least, is not given any weight, considered to be harmful by the indigenous peoples here. I can't speak for what's going on over there, but to hear somebody kind of attempt to speak on kind of what indigeneity is and what blood quantum is in such a kind of like ignorant capacity, I know that I myself, I wasn't even directly involved in that conversation. You're up there speaking to them directly. It's confronting for me. I wanted to kind of extend a hand and check in, because it must be infinitely more difficult to actually have to entertain that conversation directly.
Oh, thank you. I think that most people don't understand what it's like to have my background, and that being born in the 70s, I in fact did deal with it was racism. Because YT people will attack you if you're like me. Because with some of them, if they know that you have any ancestry that is not YT, you're not YT enough, and you never will be. That's racism. Now, will we deal with racism the same way that someone who looks indigenous deals with? No. There are, I look at it as there are levels of racism. It's like a spectrum. And it's like layers of an onion. You peel it back, right? So, it's hard to, when it's a thing that you deal with quite often, it gets old. You've been dealing with it since childhood from people in your own so-called family, right? But then also outside of that group of people. So there is no escape. And you don't really belong anywhere. Like for me, I don't want to invade indigenous spaces, so I'm very careful. But then for a lot of YT people, I'm not going to be welcome there either because I'm not YT enough. Does that, I wonder if people really understand that there are deeper levels to colonialism than they even realize. And it's far reaching, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
I've
No,
literally
absolutely
lost
correct.
a job because my boss found out that I was part indigenous. Lost a job.
Yeah, I mean, racism is systemic oppression, and when systems are put in place that directly target indigenous persons based on their heritage, based on their race, that's racism. To say that white passing people don't experience it is, I think, disingenuous.
It's just on a different level. It's not at the
Yeah,
same,
it's not as prevalent, but it's still, there are systems designed specifically that target persons of mixed heritage or indigenous heritage.
It's just a
Yeah,
further way of trying to, and then the whole blood quantum thing here in the US, if you're not at a certain level, then you don't qualify to be a member of your tribe, which then lowers the power of that particular culture, if that makes sense. So the whole point is to try to, and indigenous people have been saying this for a while, is try to breed indigenous people out of existence so then they can't gain access to their land and their culture, etc. And this is all part of YT supremacy. And that's colonialism. So
No, absolutely. Absolutely. I completely agree. It's completely disingenuous to imply that um, indigenous people do not experience any kind of systemic oppression.
Yeah.
Um,
Well,
to say that,
our whole culture
go
is
ahead.
basically a pyramid scheme
Mm,
when you think about it. But there are just so many layers that they use to harm people. That, and with Emerson and the other person, this is just an easy way to circumnavigate the actual root problem, and it's an easy way to latch onto that to try to use it as a way to deflect.
mm-hmm.
That's it. That's all. They're basically using my ancestry to deflect away from Emerson's toxic behavior.
Yeah,
That is,
absolutely.
that's messed up. And with
Yeah.
that, not Emerson, but the other person kept saying that, yours and our ancestry is just, it's in the past, it's in the past. My dad, who is currently alive now, like, this is not the distant past. This is now. That's MMIW, MMIP. All of the colonialism stuff is still going on right now. That's why the land back movement is a thing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't know if I even made my point at this
Can
point. I'm
someone,
kind of.
oh, sorry. Can someone
You
explain
absolutely have.
that to me? Like,
Sorry, say again?
can someone explain the land back to me? Because it's something about, like, how we'll still be able to keep our houses, but it, like, gives the land back. And I'm very confused because if we're giving all the land back, then how do we keep our houses?
And
Okay, so
indigenous cultures. Oh, wait. Go ahead, Dunk.
this is one of the points that I educate people on a international scale and on a national scale as well. So land back takes away the idea of ownership of the land, right? Colonialism has established a perceived notion that they are the ones to own the land, whereas land back puts stewardship back in indigenous people. Now, the way that this operates is we don't seek to remove people from our lands or anything like that. Many indigenous nations, if we actually look at the history, prior to the actions of colonization happening, we actually welcomed people onto our lands. We brought them in, we allowed them to explore our lands and live among us. But what we aim to do with the land back movement is simply to put that stewardship back in the people who know how to care for the land, to help ensure that our waterways, our ecosystems, all of that type of stuff are brought back to a point of sustainability, not only for ourselves, but for everybody, so that everybody is able to live in a world free of polluted rivers and depopulated forests and away from, unnecessary mining for capitalistic greed and all of that stuff. It disconnects the idea that a governing body can dictate and determine not only people's rights to live on stolen land, but also the price that one must pay to simply be able to exist underneath a form of shelter on said land, and allows equal opportunity for everybody to be able to exist in a healthy, thriving world, rather than in an ecosystem that's struggling to survive.
So all I'm hearing is that we would not have a homeless population anymore, and our economy would go back to thriving within at least 2 generations, maybe 3, and the world would be a healthier, happier place.
Well,
Pretty much,
what?
people are able to fish in areas. They are able to hunt in areas with regulations put in place for population control. For people that do, go to the supermarket to purchase their foods, GST would be removed of, what we consider necessity foods. So fruits, vegetables, meats, breads, that kind of stuff. And then if you want to buy your chocolate or your junk food and all of that kind of stuff, then yes, that can be an aspect where profit comes in because it's not a necessity. And that, yes, everybody is deserving of the basic accommodation needs of housing, food, shelter, clothing, all of that kind of stuff.
Right.
Sorry, Donk.
So here in the U.S., there's supposed to be a thing where any properties that are owned by the government are supposed to be given back to indigenous people if they're no longer being used, like Alcatraz. If you look up, there was a basically an Occupy Alcatraz that happened. Look, if you look up John Trudell, his story goes into that, along with Wounded Knee 2 and a bunch of other things. The federal government refuses to do that, though. They will not typically give back land to whatever indigenous culture that land should belong to. Alcatraz was turned into kind of a tourist destination so they could retain the property.
Oh, so it's like quote unquote being used, but it's not being used.
Right. Now, they could, an indigenous culture could take Alcatraz and turn it into housing and just a community space of safe living.
Mm-hmm.
But they're not being given that opportunity, and that's the point. Not one treaty has been kept that the U.S. has made with indigenous cultures. Not one. So there's all that. There's a lot that goes in with it. But we can do another live stream at some point talking about land back if you'd like to. Right
Yeah.
now, we do have Artemis in the box who wants to speak but isn't sure how to.
Yeah, and then Kale wants to come up as well, I think.
Right, so I'm going to ask Ziv, can I ask you to drop?
Yeah.
It kind of feels nice to be up here with other people who understand and get my indigeneity. So I'm going to ask Dunk and Goth to stay up. Celeste, let's check in. How are you doing, Celeste? Stay up, Celeste. Wait, Kale, mute. Okay. And also, you're echoing really bad. Celeste, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm doing a lot better.
Okay. Did you want to say anything or?
Yeah, I guess like with Emerson and stuff, it was just really hurtful and confusing that they didn't see us as friends because of the things I like did do for them. And to see them like actively not supporting someone who's getting attacked kind of just opened my eyes to a lot of things about Emerson. That I just don't understand it. It's just that confusion. My neurodivergent brain doesn't get it.
Yeah, I mean, it can be hard to grasp what is even happening, really. But, okay, Ziv, can you jump down, please?
Yeah, no, it's not letting me. I commented I need someone to drop me, but Celeste, we can call if you need to talk more. I love you all bunches. Can someone drop me because it's not letting me?
Sure. Okay. Okay. I don't think I've ever had this many people on a live stream before, ever. Okay. Artemis, go ahead.
So, I know this might sound really stupid, but is it okay if I cry?
Yes. This is a cry safe zone.
I asked Cloud to be up here because I'm gonna need help speaking.
It's okay. Just take your time. Take a breath. All the time you need.
Um, Katie, Scottish Katie, went up and spoke on my behalf, and I was prepared for gaslighting and a lot of misdirecting and not acknowledging, but instead, not only did they admit to everything, they admitted to emotionally abusing me. And acknowledged that they never gave me a chance, that they always assumed I was doing things out of malicious intent, or I was with people because I knew they were bad and I was interacting with them and I was doing things, and that they basically weaponized the fact that I always want to learn and be respectful and be educated on different issues and intersectionality and use that against me. I'm sorry, I need a minute, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
You're doing great.
If you have some water, please drink some water and trigger your senses. So, gum, hard candy, something that tastes really good, water, perfume or cologne, whatever it is that you like, your favorite scent. I always do a favorite scent. Count things like how many things do you see that are blue? How many things do you see that are red? Fidget spinners or fidget toys work really well too. Man. So this is what Emerson does, and then turns around and utilizes people who will verbally abuse people to deflect away from what they do. Yeah.
I just, I, I don't think a lot of people understand just how frequently this was happening to me. And they admitted to following me into spaces and tried to correct me in other spaces and trying to control my behavior.
Yeah, I've seen a whole lot of coercive control from Emerson. And also, not just directed at people that they are hurting, but also directed at people they are trying to enlist in hurting people. This is gang stalking and bullying and harassment, which, by the way, is a cybercrime.
I just, it's like I was expecting the gaslight and everything like that. I wasn't expecting them to admit to all of it. So that definitely surprised me. And I don't know how to react to that. Because a part of me was hopeful that maybe I was just misreading a few things here and there, that it wasn't as bad as I thought it was. But then openly admitting that it's some parts even worse. Cloud was there and heard the whole thing because I been disassociating back and forth, which is why I kind of wanted them up here. It's because they were there listening, and maybe they can help me with a few of the details. Did they admit even more than I've talked about?
I I don't think so. Frankly, I think maybe you had spoken about more. I felt like they did not cover the
the extent and the length of time. That was a big thing that they didn't address. I know that I commented on that. Al commented on that. The months and months and months that this was going on silently behind the scenes. That I was very disappointed. Amazed that they brought it up at all and admitted anything, but disappointed that they, I don't know, half-hearted, I guess.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you, because I broke down in the middle of it, so there were parts that I was having trouble
yeah,
processing. I really hate that my want to learn and be educated and to be anti-racist and to be pro-indigenous and to be all these things was used as a weapon against me.
All right, drink some water.
I think part of this, especially that I didn't, or that threw me the most, is that it took all of this for Emerson to like look back and examine how none of that behavior specifically towards Artemis was acceptable. Like, friends don't do that kind of thing to each other.
Yeah, no.
And they had to be dragged and called out to this extent to examine it and finally admit it. Like, I don't know.
And it just, like, I told people when I spoke out, I was like, I didn't expect it. I didn't want people to choose sides. That was never my goal. But it just makes me wonder why people didn't ask. And I'm trying really hard not to assume why people stayed around them, even knowing that there were things being said. I'm trying to be the better person and recognize that people didn't know the gravity. It just worries me because I know I'm a really nice person, and I thought I was really good at picking up on abuse. I really thought I was, because I've never experienced it before. And then before I knew it, I was stuck in this really horrible thing, and I just don't know who else is experiencing this and don't know that they're experiencing it right now.
From what I can tell, there are a bunch of people that have already been hurt and realize the toxicity that Emerson is displaying. They already get it, right? But I have a feeling there are way more people who don't even realize either that they are being coercively controlled or that they're just actively participating in significant toxicity, and they enjoy it. So it's probably a combination of people who don't really know what all is going on, and then people who do. That seems to be a thing in toxic groups online, from what I'm seeing. So, yeah, over a 2-year track record of being like this. It's probably an established pattern of behavior since probably late teens, and it will continue. It's just gonna continue.
And the thing is, and I know that Cloud can testify to this, but like, I was trying to find a way out, and I wanted to be better at acknowledging what other people were experiencing, because I was keeping up to date of everyone that Emerson was hurting, and I didn't know what to do. I didn't know how to remove myself from the situation, and Cloud can convey that for months I was stuck in this tormented cycle of like, how do I extract myself from this person who's hurting all of my friends? I don't know what to do. And it's like, I didn't even care about what I was going through. I didn't like the fact that people in proximity to me were being hurt by my proximity to this person. And so it's just like really frustrating, because I don't think I ever gave myself time to recognize that I was being emotionally abused the entire time. I think I was so focused on what I wanted to do to help other people that I wasn't even taking into consideration what I was experiencing.
If I could just interject here a little bit, Artemis,
Yeah.
because me and you have had discussions about what's going on, and I'm aware of some things that may not necessarily have been put online, that I won't put online, which is why I'm going to be very intentional with what I say. I did read your message that you'd put in one of the chats regarding not knowing how to feel about this, and it's often something that people find themselves facing when they do go through an interaction like this, is the unexpected crash after getting validation or closure regarding someone else's behavior of abuse that they direct towards them. And I'm going to give you an analogy, because I love analogies, it's me. And it'll sort of help make sense, potentially, in regards to the way that you may be feeling right now. So, imagine you've been walking up the road to your house and you've been carrying a shopping bag, right? And that shopping bag, it's got a bottle of milk in it, it's got a basket of eggs in it, and a few other things that hold some weight. Now, when you finally get back home, you know that that weight's been bearing with you, and you finally get to put that down. Your body is going to take a moment to readjust to that weight leaving it, right? You get that weird little feeling in your arms, and you know that that weight has been released, but it still offers a very weird way to sit with your body while you adjust. This is the same sort of thing that's happening at the moment. Your mind, you expected the denial to come through, and the denial of their actions, and instead you were met with the validation of, well, not necessarily validation, but them admitting to the behaviors that they perpetuated. And now in the back of your head, you've also got this moment of you realizing that not only did they perpetuate their behavior, but they were also consciously aware of it, which is one part that a lot of people don't recognize when it does come to emotional or psychological abuse, is they forget that in that moment of closure, there comes that recognition of the abuser understanding their behaviors if they're able to independently identify them. So when it comes to you not being aware or not being sure of how to sit with this, you don't need to be, and you don't need to feel guilty or bad for not knowing how to feel regarding this. Allow your emotions to come as they will, and don't feel bad or apologizing for feeling like you need to cry from this, because your mind is going through that psychological unloading of weight, and it will need time to adjust to that and to normalize itself to that. And if you put this idea on you that simply because it's been accepted you need to move forward from it, you're not doing yourself the justice you need to do. Allow yourself to go through the process as your body will introduce you to go through that process, and allow yourself to validate your own emotions through this process as well. And I just wanted to give that reminder because it's often not something that's put into these conversations.
I really appreciate that. It definitely helped put some things into perspective for me. Like a lot of people didn't know is I kept saying constantly like I'm gonna go live soon, I'm gonna host again soon, and I don't think what people understood is that a lot of it was the reason I wasn't was because I was just I guess I was just so used to being ready to go into hosting a live to be completely controlled and to it not be my space that I just didn't want to be in that space again. And then when I finally did go live and it wasn't happening, I finally felt comfortable again and I felt happy. And I have so many amazing, incredible people, and my friends and supporters were so happy to see me live and were there supporting me, and just it made me smile and it made me so happy then I was able to do it for a second day. And I know this was all random. Wasn't supposed to happen, but it's like, I'm sitting here going like, a part of me just feels like it's so intentional, even though I probably know it's not, but it feels so damn intentional.
This is an established pattern of behavior with Emerson. You're not the only person Emerson has done this to. You're one of many. But note, Emerson isn't in here trying that. Because there would be consequences, because this is monetized. Any money that's made from this is going to go to a very good cause. But it's monetized. And there would be legal consequences if they tried that mess up in here. I promise. So what I'm seeing with Emerson is that they will get into friendships with people, data mine, which is standard, data mine, love bomb, ingratiate themselves with people. These are standard practices for toxic people, okay? And then encourage them to bully and harass other people and call them out for things that Emerson himself does. So that's hypocrisy. But then they can try to use their indigeneity and things about themselves as a shield for themselves, while at the same time invalidating other people's indigeneity and intersectionalities. So Emerson loves to do the calling out, but doesn't want to be called out and doesn't actually want to be held accountable, even though they're trying to present that they're holding themselves accountable. It's all Darvo. It's all gaslighting. It's all manipulation. I don't even know how many people Emerson has done this to. And it's disturbing, greatly disturbing, how they are attempting to coercive control other content creators and their live streams.
Well,
And the only way you can combat this is to gray rock. Say your piece, say what happened, say what they did, tell everyone everything, and then block them. They don't exist anymore.
And if I can add something too, I think one thing that's really insidious about a lot of this is that we know what background Emerson has in the work that they do. Emerson,
I don't know what their work is.
Yeah. So Emerson has been very transparent about being someone who works in communications. And so there is an element to this as well. Like a lot of these situations where Emerson creates a situation where they want to be held accountable or have a discussion with someone, it's all set up in this kind of like PR formulaic setting. But every attempt at accountability is deflected, and it's all done in a very PR like packaged manner. It's pointed PR. It's really problematic, and this is something that they have studied and have a background in. So there is like a further like insidiousness to it because Emerson knows how to do this on a professional level.
Wow, that's disturbing. Okay. A lot of toxic people are drawn to things where they'll have like a position of perceived authority, right? But then if they can kind of tie that in with a thing that they can learn, another tool to be even more destructive, they're going to do that too, right? So that's pretty much what you're describing. That's disturbing. And yet, in their self accountability life, they showed the truth of themselves. That's the truth of Emerson. That's the real Emerson. All the toxic stuff that has been going on, that's the real Emerson. Like, everything else is just filler. Okay, we do have some more people in the requests.
I can drop.
Your box thingy didn't flare for me. Who said I can drop?
Oh, it's Celeste.
Okay. Are you doing okay? How are you feeling?
I'm feeling a lot better. I'll be listening.
Okay, well,
thank you guys.
and you can hang out in the chat, and if you need us to take a pause or what have you, we can do that.
For sure. Thank you guys.
Hold on, Celeste. Can I say something really quickly?
Yeah.
I was watching and I saw it happen to you, and I am so fucking sorry. You didn't deserve any of that. And I wish I was stronger to have been in there on my main. I am so obsessed with control right now that I didn't want them to have the control over knowing I was in there on my main. I wanted them to be guessing which anonymous account was mine. But I wish I could have been in there and stood up for you.
Was this
So,
after I left the live stream?
Yeah.
yes. So I wanted to say I'm sorry I was there, and I wish I was strong enough to speak up and call it out.
It's okay. I'm sorry that happened to you as well. And I hope that we can both heal from it.
Me too.
Alright, bye guys.
Thank y'all for being up here.
Bye, Celeste. Take care of yourself.
All right, y'all. I'm just gonna go according to who's on first. Maki, can you drop? Yes, Goth, go ahead.
I just wanted to, I guess, provide a little bit of validation for Artie, because that kind of like pattern of behavior, it's easy to dismiss it, and then to get the validation or confirmation that you weren't like gaslighting yourself, or that you were gaslighting yourself into thinking it wasn't happening or it wasn't as bad as it was. It's
Gaslighting is so insidious. Gaslighting and Darvo. So Darvo is kind of the umbrella over gaslighting. And gaslighting, like Darvo, gaslighting, whatever, all of it really will make you feel like you're insane. That's what it's designed to do. Yes.
yeah, absolutely, and yeah, they pulled a similar thing on me, so I get it. And I mean, you and I have spoken about just the whole situation, but just kind of rehashing that you are completely valid in the way that you're feeling about this, and that it was not right the way that you were treated.
Okay, so see you later. Yeah,
Thank you, Small.
gaslighting, it makes you doubt everything. That's the point. Okay, so now we have Caddy and Kale. Be polite. Be polite. Be polite.
Oh yeah.
Katie.
Oh,
Okay.
sorry. I apologize. What order did you want to go in? I'm sorry, I'm getting sick and it's starting to affect my voice a little bit.
I mean, you're on right now. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm gonna start first with saying to Artemis, I'm proud of you. And Artemis and I have spoken directly about a lot of this, and I just want you to know that, knowing everything that I do know, I know the courage that it takes for you to even come up here in a space that is safe and still be able to talk about it. And I want you to know that you also have like given me the strength to be able to talk about it, because I'm like shaking. And I love you, and I want you to be safe, and I want you on this app, and I want to hear your voice. You have so much to offer, and I'm gonna be here for you, and I'm gonna stand by your side. Anyhow, I'm not gonna lie, I've been sitting here trying to think about how to say this or what I even want to say, but I'm gonna start by saying, first and foremost, I'm sorry to anybody that I may have impacted by my relationship to this person. And when I say relationship, I don't mean like this was my partner or that this was an exclusive partner of any sort. I brought Olive up here because Olive is the person I have been confiding in about everything for the past few months. Because I don't typically put my business on the internet, and it's really hard for me to do that right now. But Olive has seen it, and also Olive has been calling it out for a while for me. It actually has only progressively gotten worse, and if I could sum it up in the TLDR, it would be very similar to the same things that Artemis went through. I spent about 2.5, maybe 3 weeks getting to know Emerson. I'm like very, very new to this side of TikTok, comparatively speaking. I met them and I was very intrigued by the degree of knowledge that they had. I am a sapiosexual person, so intellect is something I find very attractive. It definitely drew me to them, and we spent quite a bit of time getting to know each other. When I say quite a bit of time, I mean like 13, 14-hour phone calls, extensive time. They know a lot about me, and I know a lot about them, and I would never expose any of that. That would always stay safe with me. Yes.
You mean with Emerson?
Yes.
Have we talked in DMs?
You and I know.
Wow. Okay.
I'm a new character probably for you. I don't know. I'm probably not a new character. You may have heard of me, but as far as you and I communicating directly, I don't think you and I have spoken directly. And I am sorry. I'm not I'm not crying. But if I do feel like crying, I'm going to. I just started getting like rapidly worse in the way that I'm feeling sick right now, so it's just affecting my my voice. I spent quite a bit of time on the phone with them, getting to know them, and having very little knowledge of anybody else on this app. The only other person that I knew very intimately was Olive, and about to the same degree that I thought I was getting to know Emerson. Olive is like my ride or die on this app. I'm sorry, my ride or unalive. I'm so sorry. And I stand by that. They're such a good person. Sorry. When the call out live happened, it was shocking. I didn't really know how to take it all because what I usually go by is the same thing that, I would hope anybody else would. If somebody says they've been hurt, then you believe them. And I had applied that logic to Emerson because I had learned so much that they had already told me beforehand, before it started getting discussed. And then when I started to see people that I really loved and cared about get up there and say things, I was like, I don't know what to do with all of this. Simultaneously, that day, I didn't really, in full transparency, I still haven't listened to the whole 6 hours. I heard about maybe a total of an hour, because about 30 minutes into it, I don't want to say this because I don't bring this up, and I made an agreement with this person that we would keep each other, like they would stay out of my space and I would stay out of theirs. But my abuser, a person had contacted me that day talking about what my abuser was saying about me online. And I spent hours on the phone with that person, and I was not okay. And so simultaneously, while that live was, I had my laptop up that was playing the live, but it was muted. And so I could see who was going up sometimes, but I couldn't hear anything because I was on the phone with this person who was claiming to be the next victim of my abuser. It was the only person who's reached out to me since everything had happened. And the first time anybody had asked me if I was okay, it was the first time anybody asked me for my side of the story. Up until that point, everybody had taken theirs. And I promise this is relevant. That, go ahead, I'm sorry. You looked like you wanted to say something. Okay.
No, I'm listening. I'm just
Okay.
listening to you.
Okay. I hadn't heard everything, but what I struggled with afterwards was seeing everybody that had gone up, and it made me want to take a step back, because then I started to see some of the same behavior happen to me that I was noticing a pattern of from like my friends. I felt absolutely miserable because even Cloud, I had been reaching out to everybody, like, what's going on? I DM'd like Brandon, I DM'd Cloud, I DM'd like everybody, and I feel the thing that I want to apologize, and I'm not gonna beat around the bush. I'm gonna be so direct right now. I was in the server because there was a voice chat happening, and with no context except for the context I had been given by Emerson at the time. The only time that I came to any sort of defensiveness was in that voice chat, in that server. I don't remember everything I exactly said, but I know that some of the things that I said were just like completely out of character, and only in the sense that I thought I was defending the right person. And for that, regardless, I am so sorry. I had some people come to me privately about it. Said now, except for just apologize sincerely for anybody that saw and for anybody that was hurt by them. And I'm okay with Olive if you want to share that. I'm completely okay with it. Especially because I can't really remember exactly what was said. Just so that everybody has context, I just don't want it to look like I'm trying to hide anything.
Right. I do have some questions that I didn't even get a chance to ask Emerson, and that is, one of many, many questions I have. What was all the smack that Emerson was talking about me and Maki? That wasn't brought up. That wasn't apologized for. I've seen some interesting screenshots, but that wasn't brought up and apologized for.
The stuff about, are you asking about the stuff that was talked about in the chat?
Well, there was stuff in Discord, text messages and stuff concerning me and Maki.
I'm not really sure. And I'm okay. I'm sorry if I cut out. I don't have my headphones in, Blue. Just let me know if I need to say anything again.
No,
I'm
you're
okay.
fine.
I'm okay with that.
You're fine, but apparently there were a whole bunch of people running around saying that I'm not a victim's advocate. I am just making all kinds of claims that I have been targeting people and all sorts of things. Things that could lose, or also that I'm racist and all kinds of other things that could lose me my certification. Engaged in that need to realize that if you continue down that path, there will be legal consequences. I won't even play.
Yeah, no, I honestly, don't, know about that specifically, and I wouldn't have a problem talking to you about it if I did. I just didn't know about that. And if it is in the server, the only problem with me is I'm a bit of a I'm bad at I'm in quite a bit of servers, quite a bit of servers, and there's so many channels with so many different things that are always popping off, and I do not check them all. In fact, I have the server muted. I have Discord muted, because I get very stimulated from a lot of notifications. So that would be my only thing. If I had seen something directly, I would. Is it going? Am I cutting out? I can get my headphones.
I'm not sure if it's you or me or who, but Goth wanted to say something real quick, and then
King the live helps for some reason. So y'all do that.
Hopefully from my facial expressions, my opinion on this. Prior to jumping up and not even jumping up, prior to me commenting on the call out live and being like, "Hey, it was very brave of you, Artie, to speak on what was going on." I was actually in that server, and I didn't see any of the things you've just mentioned. What I did see, oh my god, it was unbelievably cringe and immature. I did see somebody complaining about your voice specifically, and it was the most. And then I jumped into the live, and you sound like you do. You sound like a very well put together person who is articulate, and you have a pleasant voice. And I think that just serves as a really good example to see what the content of the character and what the general kind of outlook was. It was never about taking accountability. It wasn't about recognizing harm. It was I feel attacked, and I'm gonna push people to make fun of this person and to make fun of somebody on their voice when they're using their voice to advocate for victims. It's so fucking cringe, dude. It's so cringe. I just thought that you might find that as funny as I did.
who were they talking about? Me or someone else? What?
I'm fairly confident it was your voice that they were talking about. They said Word's voice, and I was like, okay.
Okay.
And
Well,
it's you have it. Let me be clear, you have a lovely voice, and I'm sure everyone here agrees.
Yes, you
and
have
so
just a fine voice.
thank
yeah,
you.
it was
That's the equivalent
it was
of a
such a
red
reach.
pillar. Yeah, that's the equivalent of a red pillar making fun of my looks. I don't.
Exactly.
Whatevs. I mean, you know what? You know what? I may have an irritating voice, but I'm not hurting people actively every single day. And that's the goal of my life. So,
Do not have an irritating voice. The reason that I thought it was so funny is because it was such so clearly such a reach, such a scramble to find some way to insult somebody.
yeah, that's what you do. That's what toxic people do, man. They throw spaghetti and feces at a wall to see what sticks. I don't care. If you don't like my voice, Emerson, since you're probably watching this and laughing in the Discord, as we know you like to do that, I don't care what you think. Here's me not caring. Go ahead, because you're not even remotely as good at.
Still very much so, it's very fresh, I think, and I've never been I haven't spoken out about this yet, and how it's affected me, other than to Olive and a couple of other people. I feel better that Olive and Cloud and Artemis and Small are all here. It makes me feel better because they have been here. And anyways, I want to give, before I continue on with my piece, I want to give Olive and Solar the chance to to talk because they both, I think, put their hands up.
Honestly, maybe this is my ADHD here, but like I don't remember what I was gonna say, so it's fine.
I'm not sure who was speaking. For some reason, it's not doing the blue box
Solar.
thing for me.
Yeah, your service is bad.
Yeah, you're breaking up pretty bad.
I know. Okay, let me turn my camera off. That sometimes helps. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, I'm pretty much up here to support all of my favorite people. I guess you could call it one of the lucky ones who I have never had a personal negative interaction with Emerson where I have been the target of anything necessarily, only by proxy. I've been caught in several crossfires in terms of um, my dear friends and my partner, and speaking every day and growing that rapport. Anytime that, and I've said this as well to Emerson. I said, Emerson was blocked out of my space specifically when I host my lives, um, for the sake of those who feel uncomfortable when they are around. Um, so as my relationship started growing with Kale, I noticed that every time I would be live and Kale would be paneling with me, or even in comments, it was like an instant, like Kale would get absolutely blown up via text or calls, and it would be like constant interrogation and just like frustration with the fact that Kale had this relationship with me. Um, and it made me feel like I constantly had to be like on watch or like on guard, I guess, to make sure that like we weren't being followed, or like my name wasn't being thrown around constantly. And like, I'm not doing anything, man. I'm just hosting a live. Like I'm just talking to people. Like I'm not trying to be malicious. I'm friends with someone who you also have a, connection with. So like there was no ill intent there, and then I felt like I was constantly on guard. I was just constantly watching and waiting. And so once I saw all the things that was happening to Kale and how Kale was reacting to them, like it kind of just spiraled downward from there. And Kale, I want to give you the opportunity to continue voicing that part of it, because that's not my story to tell, but just basically as like an outside viewer of all of this happening to the people that I care very deeply about. By the way, yeah, you can actually have great friends on this app. You can actually have real, genuine friendships and even relationships. Shocking. But anyways, just I will always advocate for the people that are good and kind, and I will always try to provide a safe space for those individuals at all times to the best of my ability. So if someone tells me that they feel uncomfortable because of a person, then that's exactly what's going to happen, is that space will be for them, and it'll be their like home base. So yeah, that's basically it. I don't have anything anecdotal from myself, just more so as like a supporter of everyone that I care about.
Okay. I need a second, y'all. To this person I don't know, who does not know me, Jake. Um, you don't get to gaslight me. No one does, in fact. I know what I saw in that live stream that I was just in prior to this one. I know that I specifically told Emerson not to pull that person up in the box, and they did anyway. I told Emerson that I was not comfortable with that person, and Emerson did that Anyway, Emerson did not respect my boundaries and limitations, and the fact that I did not consent to be in a conversation with that person. Emerson disregarded all of that, along with my mental health, did not care. On a live stream where they were supposed to be taking self-accountability, they did the exact opposite. So you don't get to gaslight me. I know exactly what happened in that live stream. You don't like it, you can scroll on. You can leave. You don't have to be here. If you're just going to sit here and try to stand up for someone who has hurt a lot of people, then you don't belong here. Because you don't get to be a flea or a flying monkey in my chat. If you don't like that, that's not my problem. Just wait, because Emerson will do similar thing to you at some point. Emerson goes through friends like most people change their socks. Okay? That's just the way it is. So when Emerson decides at some point to show you their true self privately, then you will understand, and then hopefully you remember my voice, okay? Because the people who are here are only a small portion. Because in the last live stream call out on Emerson that we did, there were more other people. Okay? If you don't like that, leave. No gaslighting, no Darvo, no bullshit here. Yes, Goth.
Yeah, I just wanted to like speak on that because you're so right. For one, friends, I thought very highly of them. I had heard that there was some kind of like call out or something done for Emerson in the past. And I took Emerson's like word that like that situation was like misconstrued, and I was like, oh yeah, no, for sure. Like people, people make mistakes about like what's going on, and I'm not gonna like jump to conclusions or anything. And I had Emerson's back the way that you did. Sorry, I'm getting distracted by the comments, guys. I'm in the middle of something.
Okay, listen,
I
don't
was
look at the comments until you're done speaking.
Yeah, olive cloud. I considered Emerson to be a friend. I then noticed consistently, exactly like Kale, exactly like Artemis, that they would like and would like constantly be like flirting, very like crossing those boundaries, being very like flirtatious, despite it not being reciprocated at all. Eventually, when I confronted them, I got Darvoed, and I was like, okay, whatever. This is very clearly someone who's like developed an interest in me, and I'm going to just move on from it. And only to find out that that after this, they have told other people that we were involved in some capacity in an attempt to convince other people not to engage with me, so that they didn't hear how Emerson had consistently attempted to cross my boundaries the way that they're consistently attempting to cross other people's boundaries. This is patterns of behavior. It's repeated. It's not just like I thought it was. I thought like there's no way that somebody would be like within this position within the community and respected by so many people if this was a common set of behavior. But it is. It happens to so many people.
Wow, so you experienced this too? There's so many
Yeah,
people. There are
yeah,
so
yeah.
many people.
I don't think it. By and large, I don't talk about my experiences because I don't think they're relevant to the conversation.
Every experience is relevant, actually,
Yeah,
that
no,
is relevant.
No, I get you. But like, I think that if I'm going to make a point, I shouldn't need to bring up my like own experiences. Regardless, like,
That is kind of the point, though. Part of the
No, I
problem
get you.
is that people are isolated, and a lot of this is taking place in the DMs, which is why I said in that live stream, do not engage in the DM. Something where other people are there and can back you, because it's when you're in the DMs, that's when the toxic any time to do anything with all of the people that they are harming. Like I'm.
Well, okay. So that's the thing. It's one at a time. So after I like pumped the brakes and I was out, very very quickly, it moved on to Kale. Kale became the next kind of target. And
Kale,
Kale, I think
are you
you were
okay?
yeah, you doing all right?
I'm okay. It's a lot, but and I'm
How's your
not.
throat?
It's getting like rapidly fucking
Worse.
yeah. I
Do you
have to.
do you have some water or some chamomile tea with some lemon and some honey?
I have both. Sorry, I just heard a breath in my ear. I was like, "What the hell? What's my baby? Wait
Puppy
and see.
tax. Puppy
Yeah.
tax.
Yeah. I do have to kind of give a disclaimer. I have to be getting ready for work at 3:45 my time, and it's 3:12 my time right now. So I don't have like the longest time to chat about everything. I would, if I could break all this down, it would probably take quite a bit of time, to be honest. But I can go over things quickly. I just want to give Jonah their chance to say everything that they need to say really quick, because it's true. It was literally, I didn't realize it, but it was a bounce like from me into right to Jonah. But, to answer your question, I think I'm just like aware that I'm probably gonna hear. I know I'm gonna hear about this because when I was in Artemis's live a few days ago, my phone got blown up. I haven't responded to anything that was said. I haven't even read all of it or listened to all of it.
Wait, they messaged you because you were in my live? It's fucking bullshit.
They do that shit. That's like Isaac talks about a playbook that I adhere to. That's in
Listen.
Emerson's playbook.
Wait, this was just a few
Kale.
days ago?
Yes, this was literally not yesterday, but the day before, because Kale was in my live, which, by the way, they are always welcome in my fucking live and should never feel like that they're being watched, which is what I was going through, which they admitted to doing this to me, which was stalking me and watching me in other lives to control my behavior.
Yes,
It's
and
not
that is-
okay.
That's
if I could
coercive control.
say something, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Kale, but
go
just
ahead.
on that point.
Go ahead.
That's all you need to know. So this is the thing. A statement. Everyone feels so weary about Emerson, although they did a very good job at acknowledging and iterating what had been done, especially to Artemis. Why it didn't feel real, because there was no emotion. Emotionally abused by my sister for my entire teenage life. I definitely exhibited codependent behaviors. When this was called out to me as gaslighting and taking advantage in certain circumstances, I broke down entirely, crying. I couldn't believe that I had been doing this to someone and hadn't been aware, or at least not fully aware of what I was doing and what I was putting him through. I was hyperventilating and couldn't stop thinking about it for months endlessly, perpetually just breaking out into tears because of it, because how could I do that to someone that I cared about so much? And the fact that there's a very, I asked Emerson what they had done to Artemis, not told them what they had done to Artemis, to know that they were actually aware without being told. And if they showed that they were very much aware of that, and they were doing that just a few days ago, that's intentional behavior. if they are aware, they didn't suddenly become aware today. They have definitely already been aware, and they were doing it just a few days ago. That is 1000% intentional behavior.
Which is why I felt like I broke down immediately because, as Donk pointed out, with that adorable, adorable cat photo, by the way, always brings joy. It's just so cute. It makes me giggle. Which is that there is a whole other level that you have to contend with when you recognize that someone wasn't doing this in an unintentional manner. They were doing it deliberately, and they knew they were doing it. And Kale, you're not alone. Please know you're not alone.
Thank you. I'm I am sorry I didn't expect the I had a feeling I was gonna cry. I just didn't know what would make it happen. I have like a lot that I've been keeping to myself that I haven't been talking about to anybody, including Olive. Cause it's a lot and I don't want to put it on other people and
It's not a matter of putting it on other people. Other people are experiencing similar things more than likely to what you have been through because it's an established pattern.
yeah, and I
So
tried to say that to them. I tried to tell them because I was trying to be that person, you know? Like I was trying to be the person after the live happened and I just my feelings for them couldn't possibly be the same as their feelings for me. Then they told me that I was just like they thought because of a comment that I left on Olive's TikTok, one of their videos, that Olive and I were a thing, that Olive and I were Reddit, you can have it. We're not in a fucking poly relationship. It's fucking Olive and Jonah. But like all because of this, not that that would be a bad thing. I'm just saying. I I I made a comment and I didn't even know where that fucking came from, but I was my phone was going off one day. It was like I have had my phone, my messages just going off like frequently. My I don't know I don't know how to use the right language. I know that my phone BLOW, like that word. I don't know if that's like a good thing to say or not on TikTok because of the connotation of like an explosion. But
I get you.
anyways, I was accused that of like leaving Emerson to be with Olive.
Were you ever in a committed relationship with Emerson?
No, we were not exclusive. We had daily talked about being like platonic and seeing where things were going. And then when I had explained, I don't know, again, a sapiosexual like demi-romantic person. I don't become attracted to somebody because of their looks. But I felt twice now reduced to not having as big of feelings for them, and I couldn't possibly have as big of feelings for them as they had for me. I experienced the same thing that Jonah did in the sense that after the call out, I had asked for, like, I had stated that I wasn't interested in anything outside of a platonic relationship continuing forward. I tried to confront them about like the behavioral patterns that I noticed. They didn't receive me well the day that I asked them. Oh God, this feels so uncomfortable because I feel like everything I'm saying, I'm like, feel like I'm preparing myself for it to all just. It's so hard to talk publicly when it feels like I'm being like monitored or watched. And what I told them was that's what I went through with my abuser. Like that's what I went through. That's exactly what I just came out of like not very long ago. I stopped the dynamic where it was, because that's what was happening. I could see it all like happening all over again, and I said I didn't want to do it, but I didn't know how to tell them that exact thing, and I finally did not very long ago, and they got mad at me again. But basically, after trying to talk to them, for about a month we maintained like communication. They kept getting upset with me because they found out, like, anytime that I would be in a space with Artemis specifically, I would hear about it, and I refused to stop being friends with Artemis. Artemis has never put pressure on me to, like, or tried to control me about who I could or couldn't be friends with. Artemis has always been supportive and kind and patient and gentle with me, and vice versa, and our friendship has never been compromised by who I was or wasn't friends with. And I paid attention to that, but it wasn't the same. It wasn't the same way in the other way, on the other side. I would be told on the other side that you don't have to choose. I don't want you to feel like you have to choose. But every single time that I would be in a live with this person or this person, then my phone would blow up. My phone would go off. For a month, I had only told Emerson about, like, Emerson was the only person who knew the depth of the abuse that I had been through with my ex. And that became problematic because my ex entered into this space while all of this was going on, came into my life, and because they have a child that I took care of as well, it was very complicated. I had reached out to Emerson one evening when I didn't know who else to talk to about it. I didn't want to have to reshare my whole story. I didn't want to have to go through explaining all my abuse all over again, and I said I should not have reached out to you. And they said, no, it's okay. We can put everything else aside. I will be here for you right now. They proceeded to check on me for a month and to be there for me, and I thought it was under the guise that this person was being a friend. Not very long ago, I started to re-enter their spaces in lives, and nobody came at me, nobody came for me that I know, and even Olive had entered into Emerson's live space. I was in there with a couple other people that I don't want to name because they're not here. Anytime that I would get complimented, anytime that somebody that, maybe knew me, maybe didn't, would flirt with me or anything like that, I would get a text message off app, or the person would get extremely, like, territorial over me. Like extremely defensive, about, I don't know, they dropped a person from the box 3 different times because they complimented me, and were like, I like simp over this person publicly all the time. It's nothing new. It's just something that, like, I do. I love, like, being sweet and flirty to my friends. It's kind of my nature. And keep in mind, like, a month prior to that, I had already established a boundary. There was no flirtation behind closed doors. There was no, like, I had not been, what's the word? Like, dragging them along, stringing them along. I had not been, like, giving them this false hope. None of that. And, yeah, Olive, good point. Yeah, it's only with people that I know well enough. I don't just, like, say off the wall stuff to random people. Okay. Easy, Jonah. Random people. Maybe I need my own call out then if that's happening. I just wanted to wait, pause. Artemis just said Emerson is literally talking about me right now, and I want to acknowledge that.
Yeah, so they're still on live and they're still perpetuating the same harmful behavior? Is that what I'm hearing? After, apologizing and...
I was seeing in the comments that there has been some return to victim blaming.
Yeah, I saw that too. I would not be surprised. What did I say a while ago?
Yeah. And I'm
It's
sure that
performative.
because I know that it's going to trigger them that I'm up here. I know they already know that I'm here. I know that they're going to be upset that not only am I, they were already mad that I was with Artemis. They told me that I was like an apologist to their abuser. Like that's essentially what they're calling Artemis, and I
Wait, hold on. Hold up. Everybody hold up.
okay.
Who's insincere? Could that be projection and manipulation? Yes. And also gaslighting and Darva. So, you know, it's fine. Say whatever you want, Emerson. I certainly don't see you over here actually holding yourself accountable in a space you cannot control.
I don't want to be in here with them respectfully.
No.
I'm not
I'm
ready.
guessing that somebody told them that Kale has addressed the fact that they were doing the same things to them just very recently.
Well,
So
there's overlap too.
yeah, well,
With people.
I mean, it's just it makes sense that Emerson would start redirecting the conversation to Darvo now that they've been called out for the fact that this is obviously intentional behavior.
I think I might have been the last person that they had, you know, like that had any hope of like, not that I was defending them. Gosh, it wasn't that I was defending them. I was trying to hold them accountable. I was trying to like behind the like in a gentle way, be like, hey, maybe I'm the one person who can talk to you about this stuff. And I gave up. I gave up. Like, they attacked me one night over Olive. Like, I'm autistic, and I have gone into a verbal shutdown because of them over Olive. I remember talking to Olive about it. I'm sorry, Donk, and I just don't have much longer that I can stay on. And one night there was a thing that happened that I don't even feel comfortable talking about. That I haven't. I had a full-blown meltdown, which doesn't happen frequently to me anymore, but usually in a really toxic dynamic, like with my abuser, I had a lot of meltdowns with that person, and I because directly as a result of Emerson and a few other people, I got sent into a full-blown meltdown. That Emerson apologized to me for. After basically tricking me into a private Discord call under the guise of talking to me about somebody that I cared about, and then that didn't end up happening. Nothing was said that I didn't already know, and then I had to sit there and be berated and talked down to. And then because I turned my camera on and I was crying because I was trying to show that I cared, I was starting to be accused of manipulation. I was starting to be accused of all of this stuff. Just to go back to finally like kind of land the plane about the things that were happening. Olive watched every single time I would go like into Olive space or any other lives. And it was like Emerson was there. It was like Emerson was already either there or would show up shortly afterwards, and then would be commenting things to me that were either like schmexual in nature or flirtatious or something. And we weren't doing that off app, so I didn't understand why it was happening on app. And it was making me uncomfortable, and I would ignore it. But if I ignored it, then I would get a text message about why I was ignoring their comments. And then I would like,
That's SH.
I don't feel like comfy like acknowledging it yet, but I know. Olive and I have been talking like quite a lot about it, so it's not that I don't have somebody that I can talk to about it. They've been very upset for me. And I actually had to have them and Jonah straight up tell me like, yeah, this is what this is, and I need you to know it. Yeah.
It's emotional manipulation, and that's all designed to try to control you. There's a whole lot of attempts at coercive control on a lot of people in trying to control their platforms, trying to control relationships and friendships, and just to outright what's the term? Scorched earth with friend groups and people.
The one thing that was like most recent and what I want everybody to know is if they saw me, Blake is my friend. I love Blake. I adore Blake. And Blake is a very sweet human. And I panel for Blake and with Blake quite frequently. I've never seen Emerson and Blake's live before until recently when I was paneling and I had my live status set to on. It was like somehow after not talking to Emerson, after just recently telling them when they asked me if they were making me uncomfortable in Olive's live recently, and I said, yes, you were one of the reasons I was uncomfortable. You're not the only reason, but yes, your comments and the things you were saying were sending me into like deep overthinking. It felt like they were targeted at me. Olive like agrees. It seemed like it's the comments just seemed very targeted and like little jabs at me. And then when I was with Blake in that live, that like they're a smaller creator, Blue. Suddenly Emerson just appeared, and then not only did they appear in that live after this conversation about me being uncomfortable, then they got up on the panel, and then I love the people that were in there. Then the one of them wanted to make a server with the people that were in that live, and I joined the server, and then also so did Emerson, and then in that server, because one of them was flirting with me in the server, and it was playful. It was just playful. I am single and I am healing right now. For anybody who wants to know if I am interested in them, I am not. I want time to heal. I'm not okay. I'm not doing well. So if you think that I'm flirting with you, this is my moment right now to tell you I love you. I mean everything I say if I'm complimenting your appearance, but I am not interested in you because it seems to be a problem for me. But in this space, in this server, I can't be in it because in that server I started to get the comments started to happen about they're upset because I haven't acknowledged their most recent text messages. I haven't acknowledged anything for the last maybe like week or a week and a half or something, and I don't want to anymore. I don't want to, and I don't know how to say it. I don't know what to do. I don't know how, and I know that I should have probably said something to them first to like let them know like I'm not interested in like communicating anymore, and then if they are upset about that, that's fine, that's valid, but I'm tired. I'm really tired. Like,
You don't owe them shit, dude. For real. Fuck them.
Kill, just block them.
Yeah, fuck them.
Yeah,
Like, they've crossed
yeah.
your boundaries every single time you've set one. Setting another boundary isn't going to work.
Yeah.
Take away
Grey Rock.
their ability to disregard you.
Yeah, Grey Rock is really the only way you can go in a situation like this. Oh, pretty kitty. That I don't know
Can
what
I
that was,
say
but that was
I'm
beautiful.
super fucking. I'm sorry. I'm so fucking frustrated right now, because there is a random ass person wanting to know everything that Emerson did to me, and now Emerson's going to go through detailed accounts of DMs and things.
No,
Which they,
no, that
which
person's
they
gonna go
didn't.
get fucked.
Wow,
Yeah, didn't do with Katie.
Well,
I feel like I need to go over there. Fucking pissed.
Were you a thunderstorm?
It's Cat 5.
It's a cat 5.
That is
Cat 5 for a king.
Complete annihilation. Nothing left.
Complete annihilation. Utter destruction. No survivors.
My kitties are sleeping. So, Emily talks. I do not know you. I don't think. Do I? I don't know.
I was on the panel last time.
Okay. I'm so out of it right now.
I'm gonna drop. Thank you for having me. I appreciate you letting me speak.
Bye, Olive.
Thank you for coming up.
thank you, Olive, for being here.
Yeah, a lot of people on here should know who I am. Hopefully. I hope I'm memorable, at least.
If anyone else wants to drop, we do have someone else in the chat. My speech impediment is kicking because I am tired, so just FYI.
I can
Yeah.
drop. I have
Oh.
to go in like 10 minutes. So I don't if there's anything anybody wants to say to me.
That way.
Hey,
That one right. No,
hold on.
Dane. understand German linguistics. Oh my god, this is like.
Hold on. Kale,
This
thank
is
you for
like.
coming up in the.
And it
Dude,
means it's.
Melissa Takal Wolfie. Hold on a second. Kale, thank you for coming up in the panel. And here, let me. There, I followed you. Okay?
Yeah, I got you. I thought you found it.
Okay.
Alright, well.
I'm
If these
gonna
are
duck down
doing
as
so
well.
great,
I
maybe we
just want to
should
make
have
room
two
for other
options.
people.
So they can hang
Melissa,
there. Yeah.
did you want to say something?
Oh, hello. Hello?
Hello?
Hi. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh god, I'm sorry. I didn't realize I was in the box.
Oh, okay. If you don't want to be in the box, you can either disconnect or I can do that for you.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
The topic that was at hand and what was going on. Can you... Right, because it kind of morphed, and I, forgot I was in the box, but can you remind me what we were supporting against? I'm not opposition. Maybe I should say that first.
We are, we're not debating. We're talking about someone who is. This is not a debate, and if you are inebriated, we don't have people up on panel who are currently, elevated in any way. Okay?
Oh, okay. So you think I'm elevated?
We don't know. We're talking about a person who is being very toxic and harmful to people. So I don't do debates, typically.
Okay. Well, I wasn't. Okay, never mind. I wasn't debating.
Okay. Okay, well, I'm going to drop you down to the chat, okay? You have a good day, all right?
You too.
Okay.
That was interesting.
Okay, Kathy?
It's Katie. I was here before. I just left to go and tell Emerson to redirect people to where the victims are actually speaking if they want to tell people what happened to the victims.
Yeah,
Thank you. I was wondering who left that anonymous message.
They don't
Because
care.
that was about I was about to go over there personally and say I have not given you permission to share any DMs or anything like that publicly on a live stream.
They don't care. I mean,
Oh, I
they've
know they don't.
established that at this point. They don't care. Boundaries, limitations, what?
But literally to a random person with a random username to be like, oh well, let me just pull up all of these and like what? Who is this person? Ugh, sorry, it's just stressful.
Yeah, and that's the point of what they do. They try to inflict stress and emotional damage on people. And they don't see that what they're doing, like, I'm just going to say it. What they're doing is cyber stalking, bullying, and harassment on a whole bunch of people. So,
I'm going to make room for other people to come up. Thank you for having this space, for sharing the space, and for everybody who has been so kind to me in the comments. I haven't been ignoring you. I just was trying to focus on what I was saying because it's been tough to get out. But Artemis, I'm very proud of you. Donk, I appreciate you so much. I'm gonna listen while I get ready for work. And I appreciate you all so much.
I appreciate you too, and I'm proud of you as well.
Thank you, Artemis.
all right, so I'm here at some point soon. I'm going to have to jump off because I am actually really tired. I normally go to bed earlier than this. As y'all probably know, because Maki's usually streaming with y'all and I'm asleep at night. But I'm thinking that tomorrow we might have to have another live stream because there are just so many people who have been harmed.
So I did have a quick question. Something happened earlier in which Sativa, due to using AAVE, lost their mod privileges. And they immediately went, and Sativa's part of Emerson's inner circle. Sativa immediately went to threatening Emerson and started saying, well, I guess I've got screenshots. So for those who have known Emerson or been in their circle longer than I was, is there a possibility that Emerson has been facing potential blackmail coming from Patch, Sativa, and the rest of that inner circle?
I mean, that's highly
No, the simple fact
possible.
of that, I can actually speak on that directly because I know exactly what that's in reference to. The reference to that is the fact of the private group chats that they were all in that I eventually left because I got sick of the toxicity on the drama, which is a whole level of interesting considering I'm the one getting sick of the drama. For anybody that doesn't know me, hi, I'm the problem, it's me. I am a messy bitch and I quite happily admit that. No, the simple fact of that is that there's references in previous screenshots to conversations that they all partook in. So if those screenshots are going to be made public, it will be incriminating oneself, not on a legal scale, but on a social scale in regards to that aspect. For multiple different facets of multiple different people and different interactions that were had. So that will be what that's in regards to. It was activities that they all participated in, and not necessarily an aspect of blackmail. It's more just, I don't like you anymore, so let me air this shit out.
That's fair. That's fair. Because before I got booted out of the server, I had offered to leave on my own accord because Emerson had made claims that individuals had left. And I'm like, well, look, if your friends who you've known longer than me have left because of me, I will gladly leave. And Emerson was like, no, stay in. It's not a problem. We have other places that we can go, and there's other Discord servers. But then when I did get booted, Emerson had let me know that these individuals, again, who I'm assuming is Patch and Sativa, had kind of alluded to without directly saying it, that essentially they were blackmailing them. But with this thing tonight with Sativa, I'm just like, have they been blackmailed other times? So I don't know. So thank you for answering that.
In regards to the previous interactions, although I do not talk to Patch or Sativa anymore, due to personal opinion, I will allude more to the fact that it's less likely blackmail. It's more likely Emerson trying to keep them on their side and alluding to this idea of blackmail, because even Patch and Sativa in the past have been extremely tired of Emerson's actions and the fact that Emerson was very controlling of them as well in the past, and this is within the last year as well. So it's less likely blackmail, it's more likely Emerson manipulating the situation because of other interactions that were happening.
All right, thank you.
Y'all.
I have the screenshots real quick if anybody wants to see those when that was going down in the chat.
If you want to, I'm not sure who was speaking because
So
I
that
don't.
was me, Artemis.
Okay. Do you want to share those to me on Discord, or you can?
Yeah,
if
I
you
can send. I can send them to you. Just of the interesting things that were being said. Because I'm so sorry. It was one of the most interesting comments was, "Are you really going to let them do this to me, Emerson?"
which I thought was very interesting. Yeah, I know. Like you're sitting up here making an ass of yourself, and you're like, "How are you gonna let them do this to me?"
That's the victim card thing that I
This
hate
wasn't
so
even Emerson
much.
though. This was a different individual.
Oh,
How
okay.
could you let them do this to me? Like, you mean people? It's an accountability live. Like,
Artemis, let's be real. The greatest part was no, you need to remove them as a mod now. You know they don't. And then Sativa in the comments, no, the fuck they don't.
oh yeah, that part. Yeah, that was interesting.
I just removed them. Wait, Emerson, what?
Oh my god.
Also, if I could take a moment out here, because I really want to say this, and I will actually break my promise here, which is something that I was adamant that I wasn't going to do. However, for the purposes of this discussion, I will. So Emerson, on the off chance that some of your little friends are in here recording this, or you by chance are sitting here recording this on a alt account or anything like that, while Marky is attacking his partner's face, I will quite happily sit here and say this to you as one Pacifica to another. No mai hoki mai ki te taho o te tākata o te moana nui a kiwa. Kei raro i ka korowai nui o ka tākata o te moana nui a kiwa. Kei raro i te kara o ka Māori, ka Samoa me ka kānaka katoa. Kōrero mai. Kōrero mai kei raro i te kawa me ka tīkaka o a mātou tākata. Come back through to Pacifica. Under the way that we work as Pacific Islanders, sit back underneath our banners and talk with me. There was once a time where you tried to turn around and say that I was like an elder to you. There was also another time where you tried to turn around and refuse a claim of indigeneity and my belonging to a conversation because you felt you had some sort of obligated right to speak over something that involved me in regards to our indigeneity as Pacifica people, that you had no claim to that conversation regarding harm that had been committed to other people. You have tried to place me on a pedestal that I don't belong to and then tried to rip that pedestal out from underneath me at the same time. Now, the unfortunate truth is I know more not only about my culture, but about your culture as well. I have sat here and I have taught you how to pronounce your words in your language. I have taught you the ways of your people. Now it is time for you to do the customary rites. Come sit your ass at my feet and relearn the ways of our people and have that conversation. I can put you in contact with elders from your community. We both know this to be the truth. We both know that I have that much reach across Pacifica because of the work that's been put in and the connections that have been made. But be aware that when you do this, we will expose everything. I will pull in knowledge from all of the people you have harmed that go back well before the interactions that are happening here. We will sit down on customary titles. You, as someone who is Mahu, experiencing both aspects of the spiritual genders, and me as someone who is Tahina, experiencing both aspects of the spiritual genders. We will sit on an equal playing field, and we will see who drags who at the end of it. And if you are confused, I want to make it clear. This is a claim for Utsu.
Thank you. By the way, I would just like to say for all synesthetes everywhere, Haka is one of the most powerful forms of music on the face of the planet, period. Anyone who wants to argue that can just jump in a river. I suggest the Mississippi. Anywho, thank you for speaking your language here, by the way, also. Okay. Okay, so Andromeda,
Hi.
How you doing?
I'm pretty fucking terrible, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
It's... I don't like watching all of this. Not because I don't think it's... Not because I don't think that it's good that it's happening, but because it shakes a very delicate boat that I have been keeping stable. And I have been forced to fight the fucking fight alone. And every single time one of you guys go over there and talk about the things that you're going through, it fucking stirs up this hornet's nest. And it's a weird feeling to describe because, like, you guys know what it's like.
Okay. Do you have some water there with you?
I'm okay. I like these emotions are good. I want these emotions.
Okay. Anyone in the chat, if there's any bullying of anyone on the panel or in the chat who has been victimized by Emerson, you will be kicked immediately. Don't even play around. Bear that in mind, okay? So I think Maki is in and is modding. Okay, so
I want to be clear. I'm not gonna go through, like, there's, for multiple reasons. I'm already playing a dangerous game being up here in the first place. But like, there's a lot that I'm not gonna go into right now because, frankly, there's no way that anybody has time right now to hear the entire story. Thanks, Innate. I appreciate you, bestie. What I want to talk about instead is the powerful ways in which I have been successfully isolated and how good people have been turned into enemies. There are 4 people here in this box right now that at one point or another I was legitimately terrified of being in the same room as them. Room being lives. Because I've been lied on so much. I've had some of the most horrific treatment, genuine terrifying traumas that I couldn't understand, that I couldn't stop. And then I would hear the stories of the pain that was dealt to me changed and warped and turned into something different. And then suddenly people who didn't even know who I was hated me. Because my abuser took the pain they dealt to me and put it in some magic hat and pulled it back out, and somehow it was my fault. Somehow I was the problem. I've had friends disappear. I've had my personal information given directly to this individual. I have not been left alone for 2.5 years. And it makes me happy to hear that Emerson was able to admit to stalking and abuse. But it is not something that was ever given to me. And it is something that I have to live with. It is something that legitimately to this day I struggle with. The ways that I was treated still impact the way that I interact with my partners, interact the way that I deal with people. And then I had a whole bunch of people turned into weapons against me. The term flying monkeys gets tossed around every now and again, but They're complex human beings who think that they're doing good. And when people think that they're doing good, they will act with a passion, act with a fervor to protect somebody that they see as a friend against somebody that they see as a narcissistic abuser. And not one person was able to turn around and come talk to me, because if you actually talk to me and ask my story, you are excommunicated. If one of you rehumanized me for even a moment, you were treated like scum.
Okay, so there are questions, and I'm going to take a moment to answer them. Emerson has been displaying abusive, psychologically, emotionally, mentally abusive behavior, along with cyberstalking, bullying, and harassment to many people. It's a bunch of people. And can and will call out people for ableism, racism, etc., but then will at the same time do the very thing they call out other people for doing. Also, you have very clear displays of coercive control, trying to police and control other people's live streams, isolation, like tearing friend groups and people apart so they're isolated so that they don't know that each one is being abused. And this is done to further and continue the abuse. They do this on purpose. And then if, the second someone doesn't agree with them or is flirting with someone else or has a relationship with someone else or is somehow in some way not willing to continue being controlled by Emerson, then Emerson comes back and attacks them and uses their fleas and flying monkeys and minions to do that and to further harm and control people. They have targeted people's children to hurt the parent or parents, along with a bunch of other things. I mean, it's pretty endless, the amount of abuse that has happened and the really creepy, really stalker-like behavior of many people using PR tactics that apparently they learned for work, but they're using PR tactics against people. There's way more to it. There are a lot of people who've been harmed. There has been no respecting of boundaries and limitations, consent, or consent revocation, or anything. And there's a lot of receipts to back up what I'm saying. I'm not just saying this out of nowhere. And there are a whole lot of people that have come forward in several live streams talking about these things. And earlier today, Emerson or Emery had a live stream where they were holding themselves accountable, except they didn't do that. Well, in theory, it was, I'm sorry, but, well, I don't remember that. Let me see the screenshots. I need to clarify. You hurt people. What exactly do you need to clarify? You hurt people. People are telling you what you did wrong. Like it, and then immediately went back to doing the very things that are harming people.
Honestly, it's not even the apology that's important to me at this point.
Well, apologies are usually empty anyway, right?
Yeah, apologies don't never. Apologies. It's funny. They're the reason why I say I hate apologies, because Emerson would just have this cycle of doing something, apologizing, and then doing it again over and over and over again.
I promise I'll change. I'll do better. I'll be better. Oh my God.
It's never been an apology that's mattered to me. What's mattered to me is peace. Being left alone. And I literally couldn't, because people trust me. People care about me. So whenever Emerson would open up their mouth to talk about me, and it was often, I would find out about it. whether it was the day it was happening or a week or two later. I would find out about it. And they literally, I would have nothing to do with them for months. And I thought that were done. And it would come back up because everybody gets dragged into these little things where they hold these private calls and they share one side and then another story. Here's another side, and all of their stories don't like connect or line up. I've heard that I've done two like directly contradictory things. Because one, like I said, one group will get one thing and another group will get another. I don't want an apology. I just want to be left alone. And what Emerson has successfully done was take, again, like I said, passionate, good people and convince them to take part in the abuse that I have been facing. To go and reach out to my friends or people that I collab with to tell me, or to tell them, being dragged into and trapped in a call. Kale, I cannot tell you how many times that has happened to me where I would get dragged into 4-hour, 8-hour, even like more than that, 10-hour phone calls, being told what a shitty, horrible human being I was over and over and over again, being extremely sleep deprived because of these long phone calls.
That's an abuse tactic. That's also a tactic a lot of destructive groups use, otherwise known as cults. And I've been thinking there's a lot of kind of overlap with how Emery is trying to cultivate and curate friend group, their own friend group, that's cult-like.
It took me a long time to realize that the fact that these phone calls happened at night, when I could no longer sleep and thus lose sleep for entire days at a time dealing with these calls was an intentional decision being made.
And please note that there are other people who've had the same experience.
Yeah, literally when Kale said that, I looked at her and I was just like I'm like, you could probably speak to these people because they've been through the same thing, and it'd be so goofy for them to sit there and tell you that you haven't been through that. Like, this is repeat behavior. I was like shaking, and she was like, should I request? And I'm like, I don't know. And it's so crazy to it's just so crazy to, because I've seen with my own eyes, I do not have to rely on screenshots. I do not have to rely on that stuff. I am here. I have seen everything. And I'm just like, I don't even know how anyone could ever see what I've seen and think that you were the one that's in the wrong, that you were an abusive person. I've been with her for about 1.5 years now. And it's just crazy to me that this person is doing this.
And I just want to say is that, Andy, you knew what I was starting to go through, and you had reached out to me a couple of times, trying to help me, and I didn't know a way out, and you knew I didn't know how to have a way out because you didn't even know a way out for yourself. But while we might not have had the same experiences, I don't even know if it brings you any comfort, but them basically admitting not only were they emotionally abusing me, but that they knew what they were doing. I don't know if that brings you discomfort, comfort. I don't know if it helps with the feeling of gaslighting, but for me, as I'm dealing with these emotions and an overly affectionate cat, so sorry, he really wants to be involved right now. I don't know. I'm in the same boat of I don't know what to do, and I wasn't even expecting them to admit to it. I think the reality of the situation is that there was nothing that they could show on their end to show that I was lying. And I think that's why they just decided to own up to it.
To be fair, Emery didn't really own up to much.
It was more than I was expecting. I mean, I'm being honest with you. It was more than I was expecting. I was expecting to have deflection and gaslighting and like, because Katie was very direct. Because like I said, I'm so obsessed with control. I was like, nope, you're not going to get me in a box. You're not going to get me in a place where you can mute me. You're not going to get me into a location where you have control over me again. So Katie went up there and spoke for me, which meant everything to me. I was legitimately expecting that they were going to not acknowledge anything that was said, but for them to acknowledge that when Katie pointed out that you do realize this is emotional abuse, that they hesitated at first, but then agreed, and that they have done this to many people. I was just not expecting that, because this entire time it's been consistently deflect.
Right. I mean, they admitted to a portion, but they didn't. When the opportunity was there, because victims are talking about it, they did not, they didn't really own what they did. And that's why I kept saying, own your ish, right? Instead, what they were doing was kind of this weird, subtle deflection. And it's the kind of deflection that I actually, like, actively hate, because it's so insidious and it can cause so much damage in people. I don't know.
I would just want to say that for anyone here, I will happily do the same thing. If anyone does want that acknowledgement, at least, and it's never going to be a sincere apology, not from someone like Emerson. They were still belittling it. That's why I had to be very direct about, you need to stop running away from the word abuse, because that's what this is. And they had already admitted that it was abuse as well.
Yeah, it is. It's abuse. It's emotional, psychological abuse.
1000%.
It's gonna affect your mental health very negatively.
I just want to make it very clear that if there's anyone that feels that they want that acknowledgement, but they do not want to have direct communication with Emerson, I will do that for anyone, because I know that for me, in my own situations, the thing that would mean the most to me is to have it acknowledged what was done to me. So anyone else looking for that, I'm absolutely here for you. I got your back. Just tell me what happened so that I can be direct with them. I also just want to take a chance to say to everyone that's listening, you don't know half of it. Please keep in mind that what you are being told here on this panel is what people feel comfortable saying.
It's the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah. And this is usually when you see this kind of pattern with people, there's usually a lot more underneath that. A lot more going on behind closed doors. A lot more. Remember that this is also what they are doing to people on the internet. People that they do not know in real life, that they are not in contact with in a physical space. So you have no idea. And that needs to be said.
Yeah, yeah, there's a lot of just a lot of really inappropriate toxic behavior, especially when it comes to trying to target children to harm parents. Just and for those people who might, like, their income might be dependent on live streaming and what they do online, right? This sort of thing can have a huge effect on your whole life, and this can bleed, and apparently it has actually bled into real life consequences for people. And it is extremely dangerous. And then too, gaslighting, Darvo, they make you feel like you're nuts. They make you feel like you're like, okay, well, am I just going insane? Because they had that public persona usually. So you don't really see the stuff that's happening behind the scenes. But if all of you who have come forward right now band together, you won't be in isolation anymore, and y'all can help each other through it. That's why I'm holding this space. That's why, was it me? Or yeah, it was me on the last, I think it was me on the last Emerson call out thing.
Yeah, it was you and Maki.
Right. That's why we did that, because there were just too many people who were hurting, and it was going to be overwhelming for me and for Maki. So this way, more people who have been harmed might see it and come forward and come together with all of you. And it's hard for someone who is this toxic to function if everything they do is brought out into the light of day.
Mm-hmm.
Word gets around. Hey, Solar.
Hey.
Oh, sorry. Can I just finish saying one thing to Andy and then I will shut the F up, I promise.
Oh, you're good, Artemis. Please go
I just
ahead.
want to say, Andy, one time you messaged me saying that you were a coward. You were never a coward.
I feel like it because I can't even go into what happened. Like, I'm literally sitting here talking more about how I was silenced than what I'm being silenced about because I'm too terrified. Because, legitimately, I'm a coward because every single time these lives start, I get scared of what is going to happen. I had a panic attack at the beginning of Emerson's live because I was worried about the boat being shook. I feel like a coward.
But you're not a coward because not only just because you couldn't step into a live and speak at those points doesn't mean that you weren't there validating the other individuals who were speaking, like myself. You are here now. You're speaking now. You're taking your time. You are not a coward. Cowards wouldn't be able to do this. So I just wanted to tell you that you were not a coward.
Yeah, what you're doing is brave and also ultimately the
Really
correct thing to do.
stupid.
Huh?
It also feels really fucking stupid.
No,
Given
because
everything.
the more people that know what has been going on, the more power you take back.
For those who don't know, I am the essentially ground zero. Think of me like the blueprint or the testing grounds for everything that Emerson did to all of these people. I was the first known person that they did all of this to, on this app at least. Obviously, we don't know
about the real life.
And we yeah, I don't know what everybody else has been through, but I have been through some extremely, extremely difficult shit that has left me scars in far too many ways. And there's some ways that I literally will never be able to recover.
And because she is practically ground zero for this on this.
Assalamu alaikum.
Hold on.
Sister, Maryam from Palestine, Gaza.
Okay, everyone, let's give her a moment.
Sister, أنا لدي تريس بيبي. أحتاج gift my food. Please gift. You baby sister?
Do you speak English?
Comment English. You baby. Sister, you comment English.
If you need help, typically people will reach out to me in the DMs because of the way the app is. I don't speak Arabic.
Sister, please gift my food. No food, no money. Please gift. You,
if I
baby.
had money, I would give.
شكرا 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 سيستر شكرا 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 I love you sister gracias sister شكرا شكرا sister I love you شكرا sister شكرا
Apologies, everyone. There are certain types of advocacy work I don't do publicly. Anything that involves children being harmed, I can't hold it back. So, um,
Hi, so sorry. Not to interrupt. I don't know if you saw my comment, but they speak Arabic. She was saying like little English basically, and that most of the times they just sit in the box and like you can mute them and they just are trying to get gifts. That's all that was. She doesn't understand obviously because she's in Palestine and things like that. So that's just what that was. My bad. For everyone like very confused on what was happening, they go to our lives a lot. They come to my live a lot. We usually just have them sit in the box on mute and then people just send them gifts and stuff because that's what they're obviously like, they're trying to get money and food and things like that and gifts for what's going on in Palestine. But that's all. Sorry.
yeah, no, I normally don't mind, but I don't do that kind of work publicly on these apps because censorship and all that.
Yeah.
Hi, Ray.
Hi. Are you okay? Are you good?
Ray's asking me. I know Ray. I've known Ray a long time on this app.
Okay.
I know you've been over there listening. I will just say what Emerson did admit today, that they emotionally abused me and manipulated me for 7 months. And did also, acknowledge the fact that they weaponized my want to learn and educate myself on being anti-racist and deconstructing inherent racism as a white person, against me as a way to sort of use me. I am just one of many. They stalked me into lives. They tried to control my speech, my behaviors, would immediately assume I was doing something wrong, instead of asking why I was in a space with someone that might not have a great background. Katie, who I don't know where she went. I know she's in the comments somewhere, went up and spoke for me because I am so terrified of being in a space where they have control over the mute button and my ability to be up in a box and my speech to be heard. This is just a very broad overview. If you want more details, I'm more than willing to have a Discord call with you to go into detail and examples and everything that I went through. I am just one person in this. But the reason I'm speaking is because they admitted to doing all of this to me, and they didn't admit even half of it.
So
yeah, that's
I don't want to make you. Oh, I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
that seems to be while we're having this discussion, I'm trying to throw in little seeds of knowledge. My speech impediment is kicking really hard right now though. So a lot of the time toxic people they might, if they're actively admitting to anything, they'll usually admit to only a small portion, like a small kernel of what they're doing. But they'll subtract a large portion of it because they can't face the whole, everything that they do to people, how much they are hurting people. And typically they're not going to face at all what they get from it, in what ways they benefit from it, which is that narc fuel, the attention, the fear and the pain of the other person. So just throwing that in there. Please continue.
No, you're good. That makes perfect sense, actually. Artemis, I love you. And I don't want you to have to respill your trauma to me if you do not want to, but you know that I'm open to listening to it because I feel like I have been played for the last couple of hours and I'm kind of annoyed and I just called Emerson out for it. So I'm hoping that they will be honest with me because as everyone that knows me in here, I think only about a couple of you do. I don't play that. I'm very open and I'm very unbiased and I'm just if something happened to you and you did something to somebody, you have to own that. You have to stand up for that. and you have to take that accountability, and there's no apology. It's just straight accountability, right? And there's no coming back from like probably half of the stuff that has happened to people. So there's really no like apology kind of thing that's going to happen. It really needs to just be, I did this. This is what I did. I take accountability for it, and like, period. Nothing else, right?
I agree.
So.
Like to put into perspective just how controlling they were of me, I was being told I was being complicit in misogynistic behavior, which, by the way, it was my husband and Word's partner Maki telling Emerson in a mod capacity in my Discord that they should not have been involved in a situation due to the fact that an individual had expressed discomfort with them being there. And they said, they called my husband misogynistic, and were inferring that Maki was also being misogynistic, and that because I was asleep, and that now I had just been woken up after being on a sleep aid, that because I was not immediately running in there and telling everybody to stop and to leave Emerson alone, that I was being complicit in misogyny. That was my line in the sand, that even my flipping sleep was not a boundary that could be respected. And then they also literally weaponized a new friend of mine who is in the comments, and I know Kale's okay with me talking about this, by implying that I was hurting Kale constantly by not going in and stepping in, when I knew for a fact that my husband was not being misogynistic in any way, shape, or form. I knew Maki was not being misogynistic, that this was a, hey, mods, we need to be impartial when we have these discussions with individuals. That is how controlled I was. And I couldn't do it anymore. I just couldn't fucking do it anymore. It who I've been the last 7 months is not who I am. It's just not. I've had to completely, I was so paranoid in every live I was in that I still have to work through that. Kale was talking about earlier about this feeling of being watched. Who's watching me? I would constantly look at who's entering lives, which accounts are anonymous, which ones aren't, which ones sound like they might be. Like, that's how fucking paranoid I was living for 7 months, and I am not the only one. And I want everyone else to have ability to speak. I watched friends be silenced. I watched anti-Semitism like happen in front of me, and me sitting here just just so much harm.
Yeah, I just kind of wanted to come up and speak because that whole situation started. I will be transparent. It all started because, not because of me, but about and over me. And that was another point where I thought that Emerson was doing something good for me. When I thought that somebody was sticking up for me. I feel like anxious saying all of this again. I feel like a pawn. That's the best way I know how to describe it. Okay, Blue. Yeah, that was another thing. I feel like I got put in the middle of like a situation with Blue where I was the one that Blue reached out to me, and I'm the only person who like talked to Blue. I wasn't upset about that situation, for the record, when it started, Blue. I just like, I am historically a person who's been bullied and not really had a lot of people stick up for me in the past. So it's hard for me to understand like how to accept that when it does happen. And so when somebody does stick up for me, it feels like really overwhelming, and it makes me want to like kind of like, it gives me this perception that somebody is there for me, I guess, in a good way. And I latched onto that because, I just want to say that I was not in the server, in Artemis's server for that part of the, like that mod discussion. But Artemis was sleeping. Artemis was indeed asleep. I can confirm that. I'm aware of that. Artemis and I have already discussed this. I was never upset with Artemis. How could I be upset with her for being asleep? I was very emotional that evening because of the circumstances that were going down. But at no point in time did I think it was okay.
My apologies.
Oh.
My apologies. Could I interject really quickly, please?
Oh,
I
absolutely.
usually try not to, and I'm usually very respectful of this, but I just wanted to make you aware because I've been listening off to the side. Emerson is planning on making the way over here.
Oh.
Okay, so if anyone is in this chat from Emerson's live, the second you're abusive, you will be kicked. The second you say anything negative or harmful to anyone, you'll be kicked. And if Emerson wants to come here, then they have to understand that they will not have control over the situation. Don't even try.
Words, can I just say something really quick? Everybody's story is valid. I do not want people feeling like because you didn't have a 7-month experience or what Kale went through, that your story is not important. Every single thing you have gone through is fucking valid. Please do not minimize your experiences. Please don't.
Yes, listen, you could have had negative experiences for one day. You still had a negative experience that might have somewhat of a lasting effect. Abuse is abuse. It doesn't have to last 10 years. It can be 1 hour. So
I want to say that to two people. Ray, I think that's next to me. I just felt like really, really grateful. I just was listening to you briefly. I went back in there because I'm getting anxious about my story and sharing it because I have kept it private and I've stayed silent, which I usually do. I am uncomfortable with Emerson being in here.
Same.
I just want to say thank you so much to two people that I did notice next to me. Okay, doll, is your name Ray?
I should probably give my introduction. I feel like that was. I should have said that.
It's okay. I just wanted to say
yes, my name is Ray.
because Ray just basically said you is this all true? And then I had commented in here that I started crying again when Katie said in the comments, are the people that have been paneling, are they victims of you? Are they your victims or not? Yes or no? And Emerson said yes. And I fucking, that hit me really hard. And the other person is Blair. As soon as Emerson said that, Blair got up in there and said, you had me hating people. You had me, oh God, sorry. I felt it when Blair said that. I felt that really deeply, and you're not alone, Blair. I just want everybody to know, you are valid. Like Artemis said, you're valid. And fucking damn it, I'm sorry.
you're okay. It's the way that y'all are feeling, the pain that y'all are feeling is valid for all of you. I don't know if Andy is still in here or not. But the way that y'all are feeling is valid. I mean, it's actually normal and healthy to have this response to this kind of treatment.
I hope, the one thing I want to say is I hope all of the people that have Emerson's back no matter what, I hope you can listen because
You'll be next.
I'm not a betrayer. This is not me betraying somebody. This is me being hurt, deeply hurt. This is me and a lot of other people talking about the things that happened, and it's not okay. It's not okay, and we're allowed to lean on each other. There's a problem when there's this many people. And I don't want to be I don't respectfully want to be on the panel if I don't feel comfortable if Emerson is up here. I'm not.
Mm-hmm. I totally understand that.
I
don't know if you saw the other live stream, but I think I can handle them.
Can everybody hear Ziv? I think was maybe sleeping, but Ziv just said I want to get an apology for you shit talking the original live and Emerson server. Can everybody vouch that that was the first thing that I did when I came in here?
I don't know if
Yeah, that is something that killed. That's the first thing that killed did when they came in.
I'm gonna be honest with you, Kale. I don't know you. I'm sorry, but I know that you might have said that in the beginning, but obviously Ziv was not here for that. So maybe let's like do it again for Ziv. Is that fair? I feel like that's fair.
I mean, that sounds pretty fair.
Yeah, I can do that. Yeah.
Can I ask Cloudcat and Cyber Boba? We have some other people who want to come up in the chat. If
Sorry, say that one more time. My headphones cut out.
we have some other people in the chat who want to come up, but it's not Emery. Okay. It's
Oh no, you're good. Artie, are you good? Or do you want me to stay?
Who is that dude? Al.
I know Al. He's a friend. He's a friend of mine. Cloud, I am doing okay. Is it okay that I can speak on experiences that you had if it comes up?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I appreciate you.
Yeah, of course. I'll be in the comments.
I'm an absolute friendly. I was just up in Emerson's panel, calling them out for their behavior.
Okay, so to the people who were on panel, thank you for being up on panel. Do all of the things if you're feeling any kind of way. Drink some water, trigger your senses, breathe. Okay? Okay. Whoever wants to go ahead.
I'm actively getting ready for work. Like I said, I was gonna have to do, so I'm sorry. Just bear with me. If I'm making noise, just tell me, or if you can't hear me. I don't know how to say everything all over again, but I want to say that the first thing I did, very first, I just affirmed Artemis again, and the second thing I did was say I'm sorry for my actions and the things that I said in the Discord server that I was under the guise of thinking that I was defending a victim because for 3 weeks I had heard one side of the story, and listening to Andromeda made me cry. Also, I've just kind of been a fucking wreck this whole time because at the time of the call out, I only had one side of the story. And fuck me if I associated with anybody who could have said anything else. I had already been told so much trauma, so many things that how dare I not believe it, and how dare I ask anybody else, you know? I don't want to say that I was right. I want there to be no pity, sympathy for anything that I did wrong. I will accept sympathy and pity for the rest of it, but this is something that was brought to me, in fact, by people that were very close, and because they're not here, I'm not sure that I want to say their names, but I was approached very privately. Before I was ever approached, I had reached out to a few people and apologized if there was anything that I said that was like, once I started seeing so many people go up, I was not there for the whole accountability live. I was there for about an hour maybe in total. I had to explain that I had my abuser re-enter my life essentially on the same day. I was on a 5-hour phone call with their next, who I thought at the time, victim, and then began dealing with that situation all while this has all been happening, and have gone no contact with my abuser again since. I initially had this defense mechanism up and thinking that I was believing the victim. And when I started to see all of these people that, I mean, I had the live up on my laptop and it was muted because I was on the phone, but I started seeing, you know, like one person and then another person and then another person and another person. And I was like, all right, wait, this is getting too sus. Like, this is starting to get a little concerning. I don't know how to feel. I don't know what to think. I had been spending 15-hour fucking phone calls 18-hour, like every single day for like 2.5 weeks, 3 weeks straight, and then this happens, and it felt extremely alarming, to the point that after the call out live happened, I told them I needed to take a step back. But I will admit, with my full chest, that I in the initial reaction, I behaved in a way that was inappropriate instead of just listening. I'm okay with, I had opened the floor up to Olive at the time to state anything that was said specifically in those comments. And Ziv, I'm okay with if you want to like tell me like specifically. I know the things that I said were problematic and not in character and align with my character, and I'm embarrassed and I'm ashamed and I feel very bad. But I'm not going to run away from accountability, and I'm not going to pretend like I didn't say things even in that moment. And I'm really sorry to everybody that I affected, especially because I ended up being a person that ended up in the situation that I'm in now. So, Ziv, I'm sorry. And to anybody else that was affected by that, I am directly sorry to all of you. It's not something that that's not gone or not carried. Ziv asked if he could come back up.
So, Blairheart and that dude, Al, have not talked yet. Solar and Okedal also need some space to talk. But yes, Ziv can come back up. Just give us a little bit, okay?
Sure, yeah. I can hang on. I can hang out at a certain point. I'll lose service once I am at work. But if this has to go on at another time too, I'll come back as well. Because I know you said earlier that you were tired. I wish that Ziv was here earlier. But yes, I'm more than happy. I mean, I wouldn't say happy. Happy is the wrong word. I'm more than open to rediscussing anything that I stated. Also, if I will give Artemis that power as well. If Artemis wants to speak for me, Artemis may have that.
Thank you, Kale. I unfortunately know so many people's stories. I want to say Solar Pigeon, I think, has been waiting the longest, and I want to make sure that they have an opportunity to speak.
Yeah, they've been waiting for a while.
Yeah.
Can I'm so sorry. Oh, hold on. I just wanted to like add one last piece before I go. I'm sorry to make anybody wait any longer, and I'm like I cannot go into everything, and I honestly refuse to. I just wanted to add one last note. This situation has impacted my family to the point that we like moved entirely to a new home. Because we had our address leveraged over us, and even people threatening to show up to our state, to our door, with the obvious like implication being that there would be violence. The last time that I actually publicly spoke out about what I went through, not by Emerson, mind you, but by Emerson's like group.
Right. I mean, that way Emerson has plausible deniability, right? And that's what flying monkeys and fleas are used for.
That is why I have been silent. That is why I have not said anything. That is why I was not able to help any of you before it happened to the next person.
We literally had to stay silent and build up the funds to move, find somewhere to be, and then find the courage to speak out.
Anyway, I'm sorry for delaying any of you any longer, because all of your stories are just as important as mine, so please, good night, everybody, and I will be listening.
Thank you for sharing that because that's an important piece. What you experienced there.
Good night,
What?
Andy. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, Andy. Andy, what you and your family experienced is probably a criminal offense, by the way, because that takes it to a whole different level. Um, so yeah. Okay. Solar, would you like to speak?
Yeah, sure. So I, gosh, where do I even begin? So I kind of like had already exited a really toxic situation on TikTok. I left a really toxic like friend group that were very controlling when I started going to other spaces. And I ran into Artemis's space, and that's how I ran into like Emerson and Maki and Yama and Zivi. And that's kind of how I ended up finding like my niche on debate talk and like queer TikTok. But in the process of getting to know everybody, I immediately noticed some red flags. So I had some like walls up because I've been through like DV as a child. So I'm very like hyper vigilant about that because it was not my parent who did it. It was like someone my parent married. That was just my reaction, and that plays out into my everyday life. I'm very like hyper vigilant about red flags that I see. And I think Emerson picked up on that hypervigilance. And so the way that Emerson acted with me, I think doesn't necessarily mirror the way that they interact with other people. But Emerson purposefully did not like include me in spaces where other people were included. And would act like they were my friend. And then kind of still keep a distance from me because they didn't know if they could trust me to like allow the behavior that they engage in. And at least that's my analysis at this point. And eventually like Emerson did become more comfortable with me. But the thing is, like, I saw some things that happened to like Cloud Cat, which I know Artemis asked permission to speak about. So if Artemis wants to speak about that, that's who was given permission to speak about it. But I saw like some things happen to Cloud Cat. I saw some things happen to other people in their live spaces where Emerson was just trying to control everything. But because I wanted to be near my friends, I started going into Emerson's spaces, and I let down some of those walls because Emerson found a vulnerability that I have in that, like, sorry, I'm actually getting really emotional talking about this, but like I have been working really hard to build up the courage and the strength to go through the process of like reconnecting with part of my heritage. And like I was very vulnerable about that with Emerson, and Emerson acted very supportive of that, and built a friendship with me about that indirectly. And also started doing this thing where Emerson would act like they were trying to protect me from things that other people were saying about me by telling me about it. But at the same time, I see all of these things happening to my friends, right? So some of my friends came together and like were talking about some of the things that Emerson was doing. And we decided to ask one of our mutual friends with Emerson to like engage in a conversation with us. And that person automatically assumed that we just all hated Emerson and were attacking Emerson because they're very much in the Emerson sphere of like anyone who ever has anything bad to say about Emerson is just an enemy and a horrible person, right? And so this person, without my consent and without many of the other people in the chat's consent, disclosed to Emerson, before we were ready to talk with Emerson, what had happened, and made it seem like we were all just kind of like trashing Emerson. And then we were brought into a conversation with Emerson on someone else's server, with Patch and Sativa. So it was not a very productive conversation. There was a lot of the same things that were happening in this accountability live and really any space where Emerson's being addressed. And I remember specifically, like, I never aired any specific grievances with Emerson, even though I have like my own from what I've witnessed Emerson do to other people. And Emerson made it out to be like, I just believed everyone and never went to Emerson, and I should have went to Emerson, because if someone was talking about me to Emerson, that Emerson would have went to me. And like, that's just simply not true, because Emerson and I were not that close. But you know, I did share a vulnerability with Emerson, and Emerson, after this conflict, which really never got fully resolved, tried to build a closeness with me and a trust. And I, you know, I tried my best to like not let that in, but the reality was I was spending enough time around Emerson where I was. And through the process of like being involved in some of these call outs and conversations with Emerson, Emerson has exposed me to a lot of people who, like, it, I feel like Emerson has put me in situations where I've been exposed to people who make me doubt like my journey in that vulnerability, because they will make statements that are very, like, how do I say this, like, invalidating to that journey of like reconnecting to part of my heritage. And it's just been really upsetting, because I really tried to give Emerson a chance and really tried to like be around some people who were my friends. Because Emerson was around them, I kind of had to like operate in this sphere where I had to act like everything was fine while I'm also seeing all of these horrible things happen. And it's very manipulative. And even for people who are very strong-willed and like wouldn't normally allow certain behavior, like, you get sucked in. And so, you know, with what happened today, especially in the live, where like some people were brought up that were invalidating like how people experience their identity, ethnically, like that was just kind of like the straw in the camel's back for me, because it's just been a repeated thing where like Emerson will say one thing about certain issues and then purposefully bring up people who will speak in a way that's harmful to certain communities. And I've found that Emerson is particularly problematic about this with people who are trying to reconnect with Indigenous heritage. And so, like, I don't know, which is ironic because Emerson is going through that process as well. But like, it's a lot. And I know I said a lot of things because I'm trying to think through so many different things that have happened over like months. But it's just, there is no regard, I think, in Emerson's behavior for how anything that they do affects anyone unless it benefits them.
That right there, that right there, that right there. It's all about what benefits them, it seems like, from what I can tell. I'm just going based on a ridiculous amount of receipts. And it's many people. Like, I literally wonder how Emerson has time in the day to shower or anything else. I'm not even joking. Because I certainly don't have that much time in the day to do everything that they have been doing. Okay.
Did you want me to clarify anything? Because I know Cloud Cat was mentioned. Does anybody like me to clarify what those two instances were?
I mean, yeah, if you want to.
Zibby, I think you wanted to talk to Kale real quick though.
Yeah, Kale has to go soon. I just wanted to say, like, Kale, that, like, hearing you say that actually means a lot, because I oftentimes, when I do fall asleep and then wake back up and I've missed a bunch, I never actually get that apology, so I do appreciate you taking the time to go through that again. It really meant a lot, and I am sorry that you had to witness and go through this firsthand as well. It sucks, honestly, and I wish you didn't have to. I wish nobody up here had to go through this because it sucks ass.
You're worthy of the apology. Because I wanted to be so transparent and confident about what I was apologizing for, I went back and like reflected about what exactly it was that I said, so that I can be confident in what I'm apologizing for. And I want you to know, and so that everybody knows, the things that I said were essentially not believing the people that were hurt and just claiming that they were crying about it, or they were just upset and their feelings about it. And I'm having, obviously, the pain, and that's speaking for me. That's me believing somebody when they said they were hurt, but then not listening to other people. And that was my initial reaction. I want everybody to know that the second I started seeing more and more and more, I started thinking, okay, maybe there's maybe there's something bigger that's happening. Maybe there's more to this story than I'm being told, and I haven't been given that opportunity to reach out, because God forbid I do that, you know? And so I just, you're deserving of an apology. I was wrong for my reaction. It doesn't matter if it doesn't matter if I'm sorry. It doesn't matter the context, in my opinion. At the end of the day, I could have just observed and not said a word and just listened to everything. That would have been the right thing to do, and the wrong thing to do was to not just listen. So I know what I did wrong. I know how to not do it again, and I feel a lot of like shame and guilt for that incident. I want you all to know that every single one of you are valid. Every single one of you deserve to be heard. Somebody said it doesn't matter if it was just for a day, and that's true. It doesn't have to be what I went through. It doesn't have to be what Artemis went through. It doesn't have to be what Andromeda went through. It can be a day of hurt, and you're allowed to say, I'm hurt. And you deserve to be listened to when you say you're hurt. And you deserve the I'm sorries. And you deserve genuine apologies with changed behavior. And if I would stick around to say it again. So absolutely. And if there's anybody else that has anything for me before I have to get off because of work, just let me know.
I just quickly want to say, Kale, you are so valid, so appreciated. Your ability to speak so calmly, and like your voice to me is always just so calming. And while, I think that your apology is appreciated, just try to remember that you were a victim of your circumstance. And, so don't hold on to that for too long.
So I just want to say, before Kayla has to go, this is what toxic people do. They purposefully will harass people that they feel are under their control, that coercive control, to keep them from going to the people that they have harmed, to keep them from finding out the truth of what they've done. Anyone who's had an experience with a toxic person has experienced this. I can almost guarantee it. And it almost always comes with, once you leave that power and control, that coercive control, then they start with the smear campaign. They may threaten you with any information they have on you that is normal, that is typical, happens. I mean, it's like they follow a playbook. So data mining, love bombing, all of that is part of it. And with the data mining, they might try to use any information they find out about you at the beginning of the situation later when you try to disengage, to
Yeah.
try to maintain that power and control.
Yeah.
And to try to keep you quiet so that they can further victimize other people.
Mods, if we could mute and or block Sheep, Killa, they are a serial DOXer. And
Okay, well, here there are legal ramifications and consequences for people who do that smack here.
For anybody who doesn't know this, doxing, is that a bad word to say? You spelled it and then it went right over my head. I'm sorry.
I have no idea if it is or not at this point.
It is
just say DOXing.
Okay. It is a felony. For anybody who doesn't know, it's not just criminal, it's a felony. So if you do it and I find out, I promise you, I have people that can find out. I'm already going through something similar right now. Also doing that to a service member it's bad.
We already know his legal name and everything. It's already being taken care of legally. It's just that he will do that to anyone in this live.
Just to put this out there, I don't dox people. And if I know that someone has or is doxing someone, then I will advise that person on how to take legal measures to remedy that, because I'm an ex-sheriff's deputy and a former victim's advocate. So I don't do doxing here. So I don't know who you're talking about, but you're not talking about me.
Yeah, but I don't know that, I know Ray hasn't had the chance to go, or, Blair, Al, but I didn't really get the chance to go earlier. We kind of addressed, Yusuke.
Yeah, there was a lot going on earlier.
Yeah, if I could stay up to address my, mine as well after them.
I totally forgot a couple of things that I wanted to say, if that's okay. So another thing I wanted to bring up is one of the ways that it ties back into something that was said just a moment ago of how they'll go into the smear campaign of taking information that they've gained before and giving it to you. That was what Emerson was doing when they were telling me things that people were saying about me, and I don't even know that they were true because I asked for screenshots and I never got them. But Emerson was saying that after I had called someone out in a live because I was asked to, not because I wanted to. This often happens to me. But because I read the comments. But after I had done a call out on somebody who was in a space that I was in, that the host of the live was saying that I'm a horrible person and I wasn't allowed in their space and all of this stuff. And then also I have noticed Emerson has started, I stopped going in certain spaces because I didn't want to be around Emerson, because I didn't want to be around all the drama, all the stuff. And so I've mostly been going in one debate talker space where I'm a mod because the circles didn't intersect, right? And then one of our mutual friends found that space because it showed up on their For You page. And lo and behold, Emerson showed up, and I didn't realize how much it affected me because I literally was just oh, I have to go. And I left. And that's a space that I've curated as a safe space that's not concentric with all of my other circles for myself. So it's just it's overwhelming because I feel no matter where I'm at, Emerson is gonna find me.
Yeah, there are a lot of people who have had that same experience. I mean, a lot of people. Okay, so Blair, would you like to speak?
Yeah, so hi everybody, my name is Blair. For those of you who don't know me, Ziv knows me, and unfortunately there was a scandal with me about a year ago. I was on TikTok at 17, saying I was 18, but we've already dealt with that. That's already been squared away. I'm 18 now. I'm a legal adult. I've known Emerson since I was 15 or 16. And in the time that I have known Emerson, they have made me hate people. Many of those people being people who are in this space. And I want to say to those people that are here now, I'm sorry. I didn't know, what everything was going on. And I know that's not my fault, but I still feel like my apology needs to be rendered because I was one of the few people that were looking at you in a harmful or demeaning way when you deserved no looks in your direction. And I want to say that I sat with Emerson for the greater part of 8.5 hours today. Now being around, we're about 3 hours shy of 12 hours. So with this whole situation, it started off as I was being told, oh, it's not that serious. It's just other people's opinions. It's not that serious. There are claims. And then Maki messaged me words. I'm not sure if Maki's ever thrown my name out there, but I've known Maki for over a year now. Maki messaged me and, gave me a little bit of insight and sent me the YouTube video from last month. And I didn't listen to the whole thing, but what I could listen from it was, it was so much more than just an opinion. It was not just, I don't like this person. It was genuine abuse. And I sat with Emerson, and I was in Emerson's Discord, just until a couple of hours ago discussing this. And I didn't realize until after I had joined this live just how serious it was. And I just want to say that I'm sorry because, this should have never happened. This is one of the most abhorrent things that somebody could do. And while I'm pretty low on the affected scale, there are so many of you that did not deserve, all of you did not deserve a single thing that has happened tonight whatsoever.
Thank you for that. Definitely, I think that everyone who has pretty much been used as a tool and now realizes that should think on it. Really think on it.
Yeah, I know, I've been friends with Ray for longer than I was friends with Emerson for. And, I haven't been friends with Zibby for that long because Zibby and I were kind of enemies for a minute. Hope you're well, by the way, Zibby. I haven't seen you in a while.
I just didn't want to interact with minors.
No, I totally get it. Trust me, I get it. I'm an 18-year-old, by the way, now, just so we're clear. 9/17/2005.
Okay, being as you're 18, really seriously, listen to me. Listen. I've been online since right around the time it really started kicking off with AOL Messenger. Okay? Yes, I'm old.
You're not old.
You have to be so careful online. And what Emerson is doing, they may not want to believe this or realize it or own it, but it is highly toxic and very much damaging to people. And it doesn't matter if they like that or not. And the fact that you are a minor was fair. The fact that you were a minor is highly suspicious. Why was Emerson interacting online with a minor?
And just, for example, I know Andy isn't here or Andromeda isn't here, but for the greater part of the last 2 years, I've hated them too because of what I was told. Just off of a one-sided, wrong story.
So, this is just, I guess, my opinion, but a lot of people will agree with me that using a minor, an underage minor, as a tool to bully and harass someone.
I will like to say this is in no way, shape, or form or like defending them. But Blair did low-key, actually high-key used to lie to us about Blair's age. High-key. Blair used to lie to us.
I did.
I'm 18 and she was not 18. That's
I
not in
did.
defense. That's just like
Okay,
Well,
but
for a
still,
very long time.
But
Blair used to-
Emerson always knew how old I was.
Oh, that's weird.
There's no defense away from that because
wait a minute. So Emerson knew how old you were and they did that anyway?
when we would go off app, I had a Discord server called the Church of the Humble Heathens, which is now called the Depreciation Department. And not to like throw people's information out, but Andromeda had joined, and I have it right here. I said, hey, was it a good idea to bring Ocean into the server because Emerson had said some things in my Discord server that were shady, right? And they said, no, it's up to you if she stays or goes. The fact she is the reason why, I don't know who Tabby is anymore, was involved in this to begin with, but she's remained silent. The fact that she's remained silent should speak volumes. Ocean and I have a history of our own, or Andy and I have a history of our own, I'm sorry. And I'm literally in therapy because of things that she did. I can't tell you what to do with your server, but I will say that she is a bottom tier friend. I personally do not feel safe around her and wouldn't trust her. She's talked about another person who I'm friends with. And I kept
Who are you talking about?
Ollie, my friend Ollie.
Okay, and who are you talking about was the problem?
This is Emerson saying Andromeda was the problem.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify.
No, you're totally fine. It says, and I can back my friend Ollie on everything she has done because she said it to me directly. I said, I do appreciate the information. After this, I'll ask Ocean or Andromeda myself if she'll leave. Just based on the information that I was operating off of that Emerson had given me at the point. And Emerson said, thank you for asking. I don't do confrontation, and minus my own trauma, I have no vendetta against her. If she stays, she stays, but I would be very weary about how close you get with her or how close she gets to others. I'll give her the benefit of the doubt that she might try to be better, I would never intentionally hurt somebody. But she has the motto of, I will not change for anybody, that's just how I am, and rarely takes accountability, which speaks volumes to Emerson's own character.
So really quickly, I have to go bring my fiance to work, and my son woke up as well, so I have to like do all those things. So I will be back, but I do love all of you, and I am really, really sorry that this has happened to you. I think it's disgusting, and for those who know me, y'all know how I operate. I don't play about stuff like this at all. That is very true. Andromeda does not. Yeah, no. But I am so sorry to you, Andromeda, as well. I'm so sorry that happened to you. I'm so sorry you experienced that, and I'm so absolutely sorry. And I know I'm not the one who did it, but like I'm still sorry that like you felt that you had to be quiet about it. So it's like, like I feel like there's an apology owed to you, and I know that they're not going to give one in a way that's going to be sincere enough. So this is me apologizing to you on behalf of that. And I do hope that you start to be okay. And I do hope that it starts to get better and easier for you to talk more about it.
Yeah, I'm so sorry, Andrew.
But I'll be back. I just have to go do mother and fiance things. So yes.
Love you, Ray.
Love you.
Take care.
Bye. Good to see you.
Bye, Ray.
But, it's just like excuse me, I'm trying to put my hair up into a bun and I look a mess. I tried to be there for Emerson because what I thought that they were going through was, something that was not a result of their own actions. And I was wrong, very wrong. And I'm still literally sitting here in this moment processing everything, and I'm still shocked beyond belief. I don't even know how to put it into words, really.
Can I share the two instances that my friend Cloudcat went through?
Sure.
Because they were brought up earlier, and but be prepared, they are going to shock you, because they shocked me too. They were briefly mentioned in Emerson's life, but it's important to note that Cloudcat is Jewish. And they've given me the ability to speak on this. So there were two instances. A lot of people don't know about the first, but it was very unusual to me. And then the second one is which more people are more familiar with. The first happened in a Friendly's live where it was an LGBTQ space, and someone came in, like we all experience, someone comes in typing "Jesus loves you" in the comments. We all know that this is not coming from a sincere place. This is coming from a place. This is being directed as a form of, I would say, like almost passive aggressive in a way, like mocking. And there was someone in the live who was part of the community, but also Christian. And Cloudcat expressed that they were like, "Don't do that here. Please don't do that here. You're not welcome here doing that." To which then this newer person who was on the panel, who was in the community, and Christian, decided to pretend that maybe this was a Christian who's in the community in good faith coming into the live with sincerity in their heart, and that they truly wanted to spread the gospel, and that they wanted like that this wasn't out of malice. And we were all and I was in the comments at the time, and like Cloudcat and many others were like, no, like we hear you, but we know why this person's been doing this. And for the first time in my life, I got to witness Emerson defend Christianity, and which I'd never seen before, and defend Christians. And it deeply upset me because it felt very much like, because Emerson really liked this person on the panel, that they were giving them special priority. And they at one point were going on and on about how they couldn't believe this conversation was being allowed to happen, that they didn't want to be up there anymore, they didn't want to be here, and all this stuff. And so me, being sometimes very blunt and direct, was like, then why are you here? To which then I was made to feel like I was the worst human being on the planet. I was told that my comment had deeply, deeply hurt them, and that they needed an apology from me if we were to continue interacting with each other. When all I had done was gone up on the panel because I did not like how Cloudcat and others were being treated. And I was just going to ask Lav this question: if you were so uncomfortable with what's happening and you don't like, why are you here? And the second instance was one that was way more shocking to me to experience. This was after Cyber and Emerson had stopped speaking to one another, and Cyber hits me up. I'm modding in a different live, and Cyber's like, "Hey, there's a Yahtzee on our friend's panel," and I trying to tell Cloudcat, who was on the panel, but he was like, "I don't know if they're getting my messages, and Emerson won't believe me if I send anything," which is wild to me, by the way. Like, I don't care if we're like mortal enemies on this app. Like, if there's somebody who's a freaking Yahtzee on my panel, I don't care who you are. If you tell me, I'm dropping that person. Like, I do not care. Like, that is a serious issue. So he asked me to hop into the live and be like, "Hey, you've got a Yahtzee on the panel." And I'd actually been with Cyber when he had interacted with this Yahtzee. This man had a picture of Nick Fuentes. And it was easy. It was 2 clicks. Their page was from top to bottom anti-Semitic. And so like, and so me and several people are like, hey, and the host wasn't paying attention to the comments, so I don't necessarily blame him for not seeing this because the mod should have alerted his attention. But Emerson was downplaying it like it wasn't a big deal, and in fact, when I finally Cloudcat checked their messages, and they were like nervous about having to speak up because first of all they're a Jewish person and there's a Yahtzee on the panel. But more to the point is that sometimes they're not a very like outspoken individual. They like to stay quiet, and that's why I love them, because they're awesome and amazing. And so they finally worked up the courage to say something, and Emerson was like, I don't care what happened in other panels. We care about what's happening right now. And I'm like, this is not another panel situation. This is literally a Yahtzee. And they were acting like until they saw concrete evidence, which they could have gotten in 2 clicks, was needed for them. So I'm sitting there and I'm like, I am taking screenshots, throwing these into the into the Discord, being like, drop him. And then instead of being like, wow, guys, I really effed up. That was me. I really messed up. Instead, it was played like, wow, I bet y'all feel really good about being right. You don't have to make me feel bad for being right, which, by the way, nobody was doing that.
And Artie, I was there too, and I think one thing that's really important to note as well is that like Emerson stopped that person from being brought down and made Cloudcat be exposed to slurs because of it.
Yeah.
So,
Okay,
but
okay.
what was so shocking about that, just the last part, was what I was going to say, is that there have been multitude of times when Emerson would demand to be let up, not only in my space, where I stopped hosting because of Emerson, because I had lost control of my space, but other people's spaces too, saying this person is transphobic. Well, that's so shocking when we have the topic of trans women or women, trans men or men, right? Like, why would a transphobic person be in a live debating that topic? But they would demand that other guests be brought down, and if they weren't, then they'd be like, oh, well, you're just complicit in transphobia. Or if they had declared this person was racist, oh, you're just complicit in racism. And it would be like, it was always like their way or the highway. So that's all. Yeah, that's what we're gonna add.
Wow. So this is not the first Yahtzee I've heard of that at least at one point was attached to Emerson and their platform. There's another person who has a tattoo of a certain kind that they keep covered up. Who's I apparently had a falling out and is with the other toxic person, whose name shall not be mentioned. So you've got you've got, as a like update to people who are coming in, what has happened. You have a person who goes by Emery or Emerson, uses they them pronouns, says that they are indigenous, but displays behaviors of outright racism, using everything about themselves as a shield to be able to do horrific things to people, i.e. attacking children to harm a parent, attacking families, having fleas and flying monkeys, otherwise known as minions, who will then threaten to dox people, harm people, bully and harass people. And there are a lot of people who have experienced this, and some of the victims overlap, which often happens. That's kind of normal. They may have these people over here standing by to help them with whatever thing, right? And then once one of them sees the toxic behavior and leaves, then they'll send all these people over to attack this person over here. You see what I'm saying? And it's a pattern, and it just keeps rolling and rolling and rolling. And the people who are being supportive of that toxic person won't see it until they're experiencing it. And they won't experience it until they disagree on something or try to disengage for whatever reason. Then they're going to feel it, typically. They might already be feeling the attempts at coercive control, controlling who they speak to, which is knowledge control, because they don't want the people they are coercively controlling to know the truth of the behavior. This is all targeted. This is all done on purpose. All of the abuse tactics are prevalent. They're apparent.
Can I ask a question really quick, words? Because this has been weighing me. Zivy, did you ever tell Emily what Emerson said about her?
Which thing?
When Emily had a panic attack on live?
Oh. No,
Because
I
I want Emily to know, because it has stuck with me ever since you told me, and I want you to know, Emily, because it bothered the out of me, pissed me the f off.
No, I took a step back from Emily's space after everything with Katie. I didn't feel safe in that space anymore, so I just stopped talking to everyone in there.
Emily, yeah, I'm telling you this because I truly fucking care about you, and I hate that it took so long for this to come out, but it literally, I think about it at least 4 or 5 times a day because I suffer from panic attacks. And Ziv was the one that heard this, which is why I'm glad that he's here. So when you were having your panic attack and you were having trouble shutting your live down, were they watching Ziv in a VC? Is that what was happening?
Yeah, so everyone was watching in a VC. And I was in your live because moderating at the time.
Yeah.
And you were having your panic attack. This was, I think, back in late February, early March, maybe a little later. But you had that panic attack and you kind of like physically glitched. I believe the comments were that you were a crackhead or a druggie of some sort, and it was clearly showing, and you probably OD'd on live.
Yeah. I wanted to throw my fucking phone. I literally did. And I didn't know what to do. I felt powerless, and I didn't know if I should tell you or not when I learned that.
No, that's fine. Can I say something real quick?
Yeah.
So, I'm laughing because, unfortunately, my history is not a good history, in the sense that Emerson's type is not the first type I've come across. I am used to people giving me this rhetoric again and again that I'm used to abuse at this point. So it doesn't impact me at all, which it should. This is my dysfunction. It should affect me, but I'm so numb it doesn't. So I know Emerson's type. It's why I didn't get stuck in. It's why I picked up on their personality really early on. And that's particularly why I wanted to come up on here, because I wanted to highlight how damaging Emerson's personality type could be in imposing this destructive perfectionism, where you have to get everything right according to their perception, because if you don't, there's consequences. And I've had similar people in my past do that to me, where I would be paranoid to do anything. I didn't know how to act. I didn't know how I would respond. I didn't know what to say, because if I got something wrong, honeymoon's over, sunshine's over, play off, we don't get to have fun anymore, right? And that is what I'm seeing in every one of these individuals that come up. And it breaks my heart because I remember when I used to feel that. I wish I still felt like that, because I don't feel much anymore these days. And it hurts me because you should not have to be put into a mentality where you cannot be a human. You are a human being, okay? And part of being human means you get to make mistakes and you get to improve on those mistakes, okay? That's what being a human is, okay? And what separates good people from bad people is the ones who can learn from their mistakes versus ones that can't learn from those mistakes. Okay, so I don't wish that on anybody. It sounds hopeful. It sounds terrible. And every one of these stories, I want to open up my arms and say, you know what? You are loved. You are welcome. You are human. You don't need to be perfect. You are okay. Okay. Do not listen to the words of somebody that wants to manipulate you, that wants to control you, because I've been there too many times before, that if I were to go through my past, I would have another breakdown, because it is hard remembering my past. Because it is hurtful to remember my past. because it is so many people that have done me the things that Emerson has done to you guys. 15, 20, 30 people, individuals. It's to the point where I can't trust a single person. And I don't want people to become as jaded as me because I am alone. Everywhere I go, I'm alone now because I can't trust a single person. Because that is the rhetoric that has been spewed in my mind from day one. And I don't want that for anybody else because you are beautiful people. And I do my lives because of you beautiful people. I want everything to be better for you beautiful people. So I just wanted to say that real quick because I want everyone to know that I care so much about people that it's debilitating sometimes.
Yeah, I just, like, when they said that, my first thought was, oh my god, is that really the case? And that's why I started spam calling you, because I didn't. And you and I talked about it, and you explained to me that you were having a panic attack. I just didn't. Your history was, if you had maybe tried to attempt earlier on and you were experiencing the residual of it. And so my mind went to a million different places just because that was at like the height of Emerson's attack on you. But yeah, that was kind of like a really big flag for me, is the fact that nobody was actually trying to reach out to you. They were just laughing about it. Lala and I were kind of like, is she okay? But like the responses in the chat were not it. Like, they were absolutely horrifying.
Just thank you everyone that sent me that. I do appreciate you. You're very kind. But I mean, honestly, like I've done a lot of self-reflection over my past because people have done so much worse to me than calling me a crackhead, honestly, believe it or not, that I have had to strengthen up. I've had to have coping mechanisms to handle other people so that like I know how to maneuver myself. So like those words, although they are serious, unfortunately pale compared to some of the other things where I've literally been so anxious that I haven't eaten for quite a bit of time. So I'm used to it. I'm used to feeling really big emotions. I'm used to feeling intense. You know, I have mental health conditions for that. But and it's not really about my personal story because everybody has their own story, and I'm not here to be like, this is what happened to me, listen to me, because at the end of the day, that's not really what matters to me. What matters to me is to end harm. Okay, I do not want harm to be perpetuated, and when I see harm being perpetuated, I want to stop that. And when I see other people going through harm, honestly, that affects me more than anything that could happen to me. Like, if you want to degrade me, go ahead, degrade me. You want to come at me, come ahead, go ahead. I can take it. I've been through it, I've done it, I can take it. But you hurt people that I care about, we're gonna have a different fucking story.
And I want to say, as one of the people that were behind Emerson for so long, even when they would do these full-fledged attacks against other people, the way that they would turn around and rationalize it to us made it seem so righteous. Like, it was like they were doing the right thing for the right reasons. And now that I'm looking back on it, like, it was just another layer of young naivete mixed with a manipulative abuser. And that's like another one of the reasons why I'm in this whirlwind right now, because I'm listening to all of you beautiful people share your stories and, you know, your experiences and, you know, all these things that have happened to you. And I sat there and supported, if not aided, in perpetuating this harm, whether it be
You were
recent
groomed.
or past. And it's just like, I'm mind blown, and I'm so sorry that this has happened to all of you. And I don't know. This is so bad.
Yeah, but this right here, what's happening here, with everyone sitting and talking and coming together and comparing notes and experiences. This is positive, really positive. And I may open a space tomorrow night again to live stream again to give y'all more of this, basically. Who's Blazed Remedy?
I don't know. I've never heard that name before.
You already muted them?
Okay, so
Talking
they
about
don't need to come up.
gibberish in chat.
Hold on, everyone.
I just,
give me a
before I
sec.
get muted again, I literally just I wanted to echo what Emily was saying because I was scrolling
All right,
through
well, you're
here.
going to let me finish what I'm saying before you talk over me on my page.
Oh.
Give me a second. We have rules here. Please be polite, everyone. Don't
Wow.
talk over anyone. Be chill and be calm. Okay, go ahead.
So anyway, I was just scrolling through TikTok and then I was hearing what Emily was saying, which I really resonated with within the context of my own life, which is a mystery to all of you here. And then I think I said something along the lines in chat. I said nothing harmful. In fact, I was only praising that which resonated with me, which was good. And then I was told, mind my own business, which further proves my point. Yeah, there you go.
You do
It
realize
is really
the point-
bad. It is really bad because if I can't be a chat bot in the chat and hear something that resonates with my very heart, mind, and soul on any given subject matter, and it is really bad, guys. Fam, however you want to phrase it.
You said that people are harming themselves.
Yeah, within the complexity that exists.
Yeah, give me a second to respond. First off, we don't do victim blaming here. No victim
What?
blaming, shaming,
No, yeah, okay.
any of that.
Not
So, for
okay.
example, if you came in here and disclosed that you were harmed in some way and someone tried to make fun of you or say anything that was disrespectful,
What?
that person would be kicked.
I just want to reiterate again. I heard Emily Talks say something that resonated with me, which
Okay.
is completely what you're referring to is off the beaten path of what I'm speaking about. I respect what you're saying. I hear you, but fact of the matter is that I just was excited about what she was saying and how it resonated with me.
So, did
And
you
then-
say that people were effectively victimizing themselves?
Yeah, I think ultimately, if you think about it, within the complexity.
No, there's no thinking about it. There's
Well,
listen.
there's plenty
no,
of that to
listen
do.
or
Hold
go.
on. I'm not going to
Sit
fight you
and
on.
listen or go. Listen, I'm a former victims advocate, and with abuse, it almost always starts the same way. Okay? And here's how it goes. Data mining, love bombing, ingratiating into a person's life and probably friend group, and then forcefully removing all of the supports and separating people so that they are isolated to then further harm them and isolate them even more and gain coercive control over them. Now, I just have a degree in this subject. So you can either listen or not. It's up to you. But we're talking about something in particular, and if you're not here to talk about that particular subject, you can sit in the chat and listen, maybe learn a thing or two, that's fine. But we do not do victim blaming here. And to say that someone is causing harm to themselves removes the person who is actually doing the harm, which, by the way, there are multiple people that have been harmed by this person. It's not just one person. I don't even know how many people. And they're all being harmed in a very similar way. Many of them overlap. So you don't get to mansplain to me or lecture me about what abuse is or is not, because I've worked in this field. This is my field of work and study for over 20 years. What you got? What are your qualifications?
My qualifications are as an avid listener.
That's neither here nor there.
Oof,
that's victim
not
blame
good for
here.
humanity.
Doesn't even go here.
We don't victim blame here. This is my space.
I would love to partake and listen.
Then go do that in the chat.
That's kind of ewy. That's gross. Because I'm not your adversary.
Were you harmed?
Dude, you have
Were you
no
harmed
idea
by
what
this
this live
person?
is about.
No? Goodbye.
Okay.
That was just I.
All right, listen, everyone, listen. They're gonna keep there are gonna be people who don't get it, okay, and obviously have to insert themselves. Who is in silicobiology?
In silico is a friendly. I don't know their connection to the Emerson situation necessarily.
Okay. Just give them a moment to speak yet again. Be polite. No verbal abuse or victim blaming, victim shaming, racism,
No.
transphobia, any of the
Not
hate.
gonna do any of that. First, words, thank you for allowing so many people to heal in this space. It's very, very important. Thank you for your work in here. Artemis, darling, you're amazing. You're smart. You're kind. This is very, very important. Remind yourself of this, okay? Emily,
Yeah,
sweetheart.
Artemis isn't here right now.
Uh, Emily, sweetheart, you are a survivor. I am so, so proud of you. So proud. And is Blair, you are a little baby human. You're just 18. I'm very proud of the maturity that you've showed in this conversation. You're growing up. You've done some things that were not totally correct before, but you're growing up. You're showing maturity. Okay? So,
Thank you.
you beautiful souls. Stay strong. You're awesome. I am proud of all of you. And I'm gonna send you a big, 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 big hug. The ones that you know. And again, I'm gonna go down. I just wanted to hug these beautiful humans. You're awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Silico. I do appreciate it.
Thank you for coming up and for saying that. I appreciate it. There was someone else in the requests, but there wasn't space, so I forget who it was now. I am loopy at this point. All right, so I don't even know what time it is.
It's almost 7 a.m.
Oh, Jesus Lord. No wonder I'm loopy. Okay. Artemis Protected. Hi.
Hey, it's actually JB. I changed my name, love.
Oh, hey, JB. Girl, what? Dude.
I know. I changed my name. I just, for everybody on here, hi, my name is JB. Words and I are mutuals, have been for a minute. And I just wanted to come on. I just wanted to show some support to Emily and really to the topic overall. Words knows I've gone through my fair share of this in my own way, with an entirely different group, for over a year now. And I just want to say, Emily, like, my heart goes out to you, because this type of healing process and self-discovery that you are required to go through, that you're demanded to go through in this process, is extremely soul crushing in a way that's beautiful and very hard. And the beauty in it is not worth the pain. Sometimes it doesn't feel like. And I just want to respect I just respect the process. I respect what you're going through. I also just kind of wanted to address a little bit of the guests that we had on before, who had made the comments and coming in. I just want to lay down a foundation for these conversations. It's really important to come in and understand there's a difference between intent and impact, right? You can have very positive intentions and coming in and listening, trying to explore a topic. However, in these topics, there's a wide variety of nuance that's attached, with big emotions, big feelings, and a lot of injustice behind that as well. So coming in and making comments and stating opinions about a topic that has that much variety of emotion impact behind, you have to be very sensitive to the fact that you might make a comment that the intention behind is a pure intention, but the impact can make great negative impact. So opening up the space and allowing the defensiveness to drop and hear, oh, I made a comment where I thought from my experience, I was supporting this process, not realizing that coming in and making the impact at that moment was actually very negative. Those two things can exist at the exact same time. You can have a positive intention and create a negative impact. And we do that as humans. And I just hope that as we engage in these conversations, everyone gives everyone the space and grace to say, yeah, I might have a feeling that is true and valid and pure, but communicating that opinion and that feeling can make a grave negative impact on constructive positivity and trying to create awareness. So that was all my things. That's all I wanted to say. I love words. I love you guys. And this topic is so vitally important. Thanks for bringing it up and thanks for discussing it.
Just an FYI, I need I'm going to, in the DMs, I will ask you for some information. It's for a good thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm being really vague, but it's a good thing. So, also, I love you. Thank you for coming out.
Yeah, thanks guys for doing this. I really do appreciate this topic being explored. It's incredibly important because this happens a lot on this app, and it happens a lot really
it's
on
all over social media. Yeah, I was actually wondering if I could borrow you at some point for a live stream on the other app, because I'm going to try to do live streams for people with people who have dealt with cyber gang stalking, because a lot of the experts are saying it's not a thing.
Yeah, and actually, so in my experience, words, I've been working with a social media safety team that's creating kind of an awareness on this, and they're actually starting to try and create some policies behind it. And so
Awesome.
it's a really, really great group. I would love to connect you with the individual that I'm talking to, because what they're doing right now is they're starting to gather this type of really insidious gang like abusive bullying mentality and constructions that happen on social media and places, especially like TikTok, with how much they safeguard anonymous and anonymity regarding accounts and how they do that. It is incredibly, incredibly dangerous. And you know, we're all adults, and I'll tell you, even as a full-fledged adult, dealing with this has been soul crushing and mind fucking in a way that it's very hard to navigate through. We have children that are going through this. And if you imagine the immaturity at certain life stages and ages and how much abuse can be taken advantage of with these types of systems and constructs, it's very, very dangerous. So the change needs to happen not only for us as adults, but really it's about safeguarding, you know, the next generation of people coming on this app.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that I want to stress is that the younger you are, the harder. I mean, gaslighting and Darvo and all that does damage anyway. But when you're young and you're dealing with that, on top of being coercively controlled, that's a form of grooming. It's all grooming. Especially the beginnings of abuse. It's grooming that progresses to the point to make you numb to and okay with being abused.
And the thing about long-standing abuse like that actually can change the chemistry, your actual neurological brain chemistry, to respond more in your fight and flight sensory. And that actual long-standing state of having to fight or flight can actually change the neurological chemistry. And when you're younger, the impact of that is greater, more long-standing, and much harder to reverse.
I have to borrow you for a live stream. Like, I have to. I think you and I would listen. I can't say that word. We would unalive it.
Yeah, and I do think, especially with the victims advocacy understanding behind and watching, because you know, words, you and I have seen this on the front end, and then we watch what happens 10 steps down the road.
Yep.
Yep. And we see the people that are 10 steps into this process of being broken down, and watching that unfold as a system in our society is soul crushing.
Yeah, it's rough, especially when you're like directly in it. And the more it progresses, the harder it gets. Like Andromeda. I mean, there are so many people. These are not all the people that Emerson has harmed. And then there's someone else also who Emerson had called out for similar behavior. Like there are so many of these groups going around that it is disturbing. And for experts to say it's not really a thing, no, it is a thing, and experts need to really start diving into this and studying it. Yes, Blair.
So you said this, like, I'm not sure. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
So you said this, like, basically, like, this manipulation and abuse is like a tactic of like G wording when you're younger. Is that like what I experienced?
Yes. Yes, it is. And okay, so I have to make something very clear with the G word, with this particular G word. Anyone can be G worded like this. It can happen to adults, young people. It doesn't have an age thing. Now, most people talk about it in relation to younger people, though, because it is so prevalent. What you experienced, what you described, was a form of grooming. Yes.
So there's like subsets of G word, right? So you have predatory G word that results and the end game of it is solely for SA advantage, right? And then you have G word that is the grooming of breaking down someone's emotional psyche so they become vulnerable and contingent and dependent upon their abuser for evaluation of self and for direction of action. Does that make sense? It breaks down your own ability to discern facts, right? So the goal behind that type of G is to make your reality so questionable for yourself that you start to seek outward validation and outward instruction on what actually is occurring, what your reality is. So the first part of that G is to break down your understanding and confidence in what is real. And so the beginning stages of that is really the most insidious form of gaslighting, right? And we see this a lot in this gang mentality on social media where they'll make general videos, right? About, oh my gosh, these kinds of people in the world are terrible people. And you know that video is about you. You know that they're addressing you. However, they're presenting a fact or they're presenting the situation within a certain frame of reality, and they're doing it publicly, and they're doing it in a way where you can't necessarily head on address it because it's insidious and it's generalized. And also it takes away any form of your ability to attach to the narrative of your truth, right? Because your truth is then presented in a general way online that you cannot defend or like navigate. And once that continues, then the fabric of your own understanding of reality breaks down so much that you start to seek out their perspective to try and gain the actual reality. So you're contingent on their perspective. You're contingent on their evaluation of even yourself in the situation. And that is just general G as an overarching is breaking down your reality. So you're contingent upon their version of it.
Yeah, and this is all done to gain power, control, and dominance over the targeted person or persons. And that's how you come up with fleas and flying monkeys and all the other things. So, and gaslighting, Darvo, coercive control, all of it comes into play. All of the abuse tactics. You don't have to be in an intimate relationship with someone to be abused. You can be a friend, family member, coworker, it could be someone you've never even met before. So, what all of you are describing is very similar and also very valid. You're all valid. And those of you who have been used as pawns, as flying monkeys and fleas, it's not your fault. You trusted someone, you thought they were trustworthy, and now you're finding out that that person isn't the person you thought they were. And what I've seen is y'all like apologizing for your behavior. Now we'll have to see how you behave after you apologize, right? Because actions speak louder than words. And yeah, I think Donk, JB, and I in a live stream would be amazing. By the way, I'm loopy right now. I'm so tired. I have been up for a long time. I know Donk and Emily, I think, wanted to say something.
Zivy wants to go to sleep, and Donk, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Let Zibby go, and then I'll go after.
I just kind of wanted to share, just for those who don't know, a little bit about my history with Emerson. So my history with Emerson started, oh God, getting on 3 years ago now. When I first joined Debate Talk, they were one of the first people who I had met in the Debate Talk circle. And we were pretty okay for a while, and then I kind of stepped away because it just kind of seemed like they gave off this energy of like me. And I was already dealing with that with everyone in my house at the time. And so I stepped back, and then I got back into Debate Talk again and had kind of, I guess, forgotten this feeling that I had gotten from them originally, and started talking to them again. And that's how I met my wonderful wife, Demi, for those of you who know her. And we had met through kind of a pretty small group of different people, Emerson being one of them, Andromeda being one of them as well. And we just, we were fine. And then come like last summer, over a year ago now, Emerson kind of jumped on this hate train that was going around about my wife, calling her a G-worder, calling her a P3DO, all kinds of things, because we have an age gap in our relationship. And people had decided to expose her age, which she kept private for purposes related to military activities when she was in the service. And these people who dropped her age knew that that was why she kept it private, and still did it anyways, and started calling her a whole bunch of things. Emerson jumped on that hate train and then never apologized for it, and just kind of acted like nothing ever happened. And Emerson and I talked, and they gave like a really half-assed apology, and I guess over time my brain just kind of like washed it away because I had so much going on outside of that. And then this behavior kind of started happening again, where they just made it all about them, and if it wasn't about them, then it was wrong, and it was like everybody was horrible. And they started making me feel like everything I said or did was wrong, including things about my own identity. And then anytime I joined a live or anything where they had mod powers, they would drop me repeatedly. And like they said it was a joke. I communicated, hey, this makes me really uncomfortable. It makes me really frustrated. Please stop doing this. And they continued to do it. At which point I went to the hosts of those spaces and said, hey, I would appreciate if you would talk to Emerson about this, because it is happening to a few of us, and it is making all of us really frustrated, because anytime we're actually having a conversation with opposition, we get interrupted by being dropped for quote unquote funsies. Come to find out later on down the road, Emerson was dropping people because they didn't like how we were saying what we were saying. And so they wanted to try and control the narrative. And then a lot of times, anytime I tried to bring up in any space that they were in, the struggles of trans masculine or trans men, transmasculine people or trans men, it was shut down almost like it didn't matter to them. And then it got pivoted either to non-binary people or Native people or literally anything that related to them in any conversation. And this, I noticed that this happened with me primarily bringing up my experiences as a trans man, and then other trans men, including Al, brought that same experience to me. And it kind of just became this thing where, like, no matter what I said, I was attacked, berated, belittled, made to feel like I didn't know anything, including talking about Lyme disease, which I have had. They were talking about how a friend of ours' dog has Lyme disease still, even after being treated. And I was saying, no, like, once you're treated for Lyme disease, you don't have Lyme disease. You may have, like, the long-term effects of Lyme disease, which is post-Lyme disease syndrome, I think is what it's called. But you don't have Lyme disease. Like, the disease is not actively still tearing at your body. And they screamed at me and said that I didn't know what I was talking about because they have Lyme disease and they've had it for a long time. And then also, like, talking about how lesbians can be attracted to trans men. I was like, no, if a lesbian told me that they were attracted to me, and any trans men would feel this way, if you were a lesbian and told them that you were attracted to a trans man or a trans man, that would be very degrading and very, like, it would feel very invalidating. And they told me that I didn't know what I was talking about. And this happened with a couple other different topics as well. Those were just two of the most pivotal ones. And anytime I tried to have these discussions, it turned into hour-long conversations of how I was invalidating other people and I didn't know what I was talking about and I was just young and stupid and I had so much to learn and I was just so uneducated and this, that, and the third. And it felt a lot like how my parents treat me. So that was really triggering. And then anytime I tried to bring up that it felt that way, I was told that I was using my trauma as a shield from being held accountable. So there were a lot of different things. And then I was in the group that Solar brought up that they were talking about. I was one of those people who brought up the group chat that we still use today and has nothing to do with them. But originally it was created for all of us to try and figure out how we wanted to address these issues with Emerson because we had all experienced the same thing. And we thought that someone who we considered a friend at the time might be able to bridge that gap for us and help mediate it. They were today's co-host on Emerson's Live at the beginning. And they, in turn, instead of listening to the boundaries that all of us had set in place, and this group chat had gone on for about a month before we ever actually got to address Emerson because this person kept being super wishy-washy about bridging that gap. But at the end of that month-long period, they, instead of waiting for a call that we had literally set up to discuss with them how we wanted them to bridge the gap, they just took a bunch of screenshots and sent them to Emerson and sent them out of context saying that we had this group chat where we only talked shit about Emerson and that we were just constantly talking shit about Emerson for a month. And so that blew up. And then when this other person, I will call them P and L, these two people, P and L, had a server where they held a call for us to try and address this with Emerson. What in turn ended up happening was Emerson just got to deflect entirely and not actually apologize or take any accountability. But then everyone that was there and present for it, besides us people who were trying to hold Emerson accountable, were just like, well, they were held accountable and they apologized.
So that's called rug sweeping. And that's what they were trying to do on that live stream prior to this one, was rug sweeping. Oh, I said I'm sorry. But, like, it's not actually holding themselves accountable. It's just being able to say, well, I did apologize, right? Yeah, but apology without a change of behavior means nothing. And when
Yeah.
you just continue doing the same thing, then it's even more meaningless. You might as well not even do it.
Yeah, and it just and it kind of became this thing where like Emerson actively was just like laughing at us for trying to address these things, and on top of that making us feel like we did not actually have these problems and these problems did not actually exist. And we were just in our emotions about them, and that we were taking it way too far, and it was a big stretch, and it wasn't that serious.
Yes, it is. When you have this many people who have been hurt, even if it's just one person who has been hurt like this on this level, emotionally, psychologically, etc., it is an issue. That's just a toxic person trying to blame shift.
Yeah. Can someone get joyful trans in the comments? Mods? It's...
There is a joyful trans right there.
Yeah, can you mute and block them?
Yeah, can we mute them?
Thank you, mods. Holy shit. They said Emerson rocks and then call me Artemis and woo Adora. All three of those statements are fucking what?
Literally, I don't know. There are going to be people who probably pop up in these live streams that I don't know.
No, you're good.
Okay.
Could I pipe up for just a minute?
Who's that? You're...
Sorry. I'm Al. It's Al.
Okay.
So originally my issue with Emerson was the fact that I consistently felt silenced by them as a trans man, because as Ziv put it, whenever I would try and bring up my experience as a trans man, Emerson centered themselves. And throughout that, Artemis and I had several conversations about what I thought, the toxicity that I thought that Artemis was going through while trying to just run her own space. And in my defense, I did go to Artemis the first night to talk to her about it after I had a few drinks myself, because I felt really confident in what I was saying at the time. But when I went back on that conversation, I realized it had been going on for so long, and I just couldn't sit back and watch somebody that I feel is just so beneficial to all of our communities be treated that way. But going back to what I was saying about being spoken over all the time, I would come, because when I first came on to Debate Talk, I was very shy. I didn't do my own lives, and I still don't really. But Artemis made me feel at home, and I could be seen and heard. And then Emerson started coming actively into their lives very regularly. And I would get up there, and Artie and me and everybody else would be having like a really good conversation with ops and everything else. And then Emerson would show up in the panel, and the whole thing would be completely derailed. And I would just end up kind of like shutting up, because every time I tried to open my mouth, Emerson would have some sly comments or some way of invalidating my trans maskedness, and or invalidating Artemis and her space. So I kind of stopped hopping up on panel because I was just over it. Which again, that's where me kind of going to Artemis and just saying like, yo, what's going on in your lives? Like, are you okay? Like, because I don't feel like this is okay. And this is kind of, for me anyways. Yeah, and Arya, no, Artie, you're so good, love. Like, you were dealing with so much at the time. Arya, you see, and I'm struggling with all of these people apologizing, because you are all victims of this. We're all victims, because while my story is nothing like Artie's, Donk's, Solar's, Emily, Ziv, we're all victims of Emerson, and we are all trying to navigate the world through that. And because I was so new in my transition, and because I clearly am not on testosterone, I still have a feminine voice, all of that, that was where my brain went with everything. Is like, you know what, I'm not trans enough yet. Like, maybe when I get top surgery, or maybe when my voice drops a bit, then I won't get spoken over.
No. You are. It doesn't matter what stage of transition you are in. That doesn't matter. And anyone who says otherwise can. Ooh, I'm glad I caught myself.
You're good.
Because I can never transition. I will never be able to transition, because science hasn't caught up with my type of trans yet, and my chronic illness. Even if I could, I couldn't, because of my chronic illness. So not everyone can afford the surgeries. Not everyone can afford the testosterone and all, or HRT. Not everyone's in a safe place to be able to do that. So someone needs to mute, because I'm getting echo.
It's me. I'm sorry. I have my AC on. I'll mute.
And what was being done to you, it seems like, here's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing a person who really, really does not like. Oh, bye, Dunk. I appreciate you being here. You got a person who really sincerely has a problem with people being in relationships that they are excluded. They're like not in it, or where they're not, where they might be perceiving that they're losing control over that person. And then therefore they lash out. Also, friend groups seem to be a problem. Anything where they don't have that power and control over people, including other people's spaces that are not Emerson's place to control. Like, it'd be like Artemis. It'd be like you coming into my live stream telling me what I can or cannot do on my live stream. Like, what?
It was.
You know what I mean?
It was so. I couldn't even corroborate this. It was so. I don't even know how to describe this feeling, but like I wanted to keep my panels small, and I certainly didn't want to kick people off of my panels, because I know I'm really nice, and sometimes I can be a pushover. I'm better now. Katie actually helped me draw boundaries. Surprisingly, being in their space helped me kind of realize how to draw a healthy boundary. But Emerson would come in and demand to be on the panel, and then if I didn't let them on the panel, they would be upset and they'd be pouting in the comments. They'd be like, "Why don't you want me on the panel? What's going on? What?" And I'm just sitting here and I'm just like, "Because I want the panel small." And they'd be like, "Oh, but it's just me." And I'm like, "That's another person on the panel. Like, I just don't want you there." And like, it felt like I was obligated.
You're not. No one is obligated. Like, literally, right now, I don't have to have y'all on my panel. I'm doing this for a reason. And that is for the, hopefully to help people heal. But if it's your platform, it's your page, you're hosting the live stream, it's your live stream. You have control of maintenance over that. That's your space. Nobody else's. So Emerson should not be demanding anyone do anything.
Can I, just one last thing?
Okay, try to make it quick because Emily's been waiting for a while just to speak, okay?
I'm gonna drop down after this. Emerson also tried to, like, convince me that Demi was controlling me because we share a bank account. And that, like, all of my friends that I have known since, like, elementary and middle and high school were all just, like, super horrible, and that they didn't want anything good for me, because I struggled with explaining to them the struggles of being trans, and they weren't getting it right away. So they sat there and, like, immediately, anytime I would, like, go to rant about how it was hard for me to express it properly, they would just tell me that, like, one of my best friends, who is still to this day one of my best friends, thankfully, was just a god-awful person because she was she joined the military, and she was clearly anti-trans and, like, anti my existence, and she hated me, and that's why she never came to visit me, and this, that, and the third, and, like, actually had me almost believing it, to the point where I stopped talking to her for, like, a good 2 months.
May I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Were they also keeping you on phone calls or VCs for very long, extended periods of time?
They would get mad if I didn't join the group VCs. They'd, like, if Demi and I were doing stuff, or if I just did not feel like being there, they would be really mad if I was not in the group VC. Like, they would privately message me and, like, berate me for not being in the group VC.
Okay, but you're a grown human. You have every right to say, no, I'm not interested in being on that phone call. Like, do you all see how controlling this is? And the use of sleep deprivation is an abuse tactic, by the way. It can happen in DV, it can happen in destructive groups, cults. Yeah, that is a huge red flag. Huge red flag. Huh?
It's considered to be T word by the Geneva Convention, and the United Nations considers it to be a W crime. So, yeah, pretty messed up.
Sleep deprivation, and also if they are kind of making it difficult for you to eat, so nourishment deprivation. Yeah, and I mean, if you and your partner have a joint bank account and you both have free and easy access to it, it's not abuse. Now, if one person does not have any access to it, that is abuse. That's financial abuse. That's financial control.
No,
But
we
if
both have cards to it.
then that's not abuse. Like, that is obviously, for whatever reason, Emerson had a problem with you and Demi being in a relationship. But that's a standard pattern. They seem to have problems with people being in relationships, and it's really weird. That's weird to do with your friends.
Yeah, but I'm gonna let Emily go. I'm gonna drop down because I really do need sleep.
Yeah, I'm close to that too. Emily, if you want to
Yeah,
That's feeling.
I was gonna drop too, but before I did, I wanted to just say a few words. I wanted to say that words I do want to appreciate and thank you for holding these types of panels. I think that we all need to acknowledge the efficacy of having these types of conversation, which we validate people's experiences and hold a safe space where we're talking about things that are vulnerable, that they're like not easy, they're difficult to disclose, and you do a really good job at creating a safe space. So I just want to say thank you very much for being that person to hold it. Like I wanted to be that person to be grateful. So thank you so much, and I'm gonna drop down now. But also I wish everyone well, stay safe. You can message me anytime. I'm here. I'll always listen. And I love you all.
Bye.
thank you for coming up. And if y'all we have technology. It would be great to see all of the people who've been harmed by Emerson in, like, I don't know, a Discord or something. You guys could do like a support type thing for each other. That might be helpful. A lot of the time that can be really beneficial. When people who experience this come together and talk and just sit and chill in a safe space, that's usually a good thing.
Do you guys want me to make that Discord? I'm sorry, I'm cooking right now. I'm sorry, there's beefing in the background. I'm making chili con carne, guys. I'm sorry, but do you guys want me to make a Discord, and then just like shoot somebody a link? I don't really care too much about running it, but if we are collectively technologically illiterate, I can set it up.
I mean, that would be a good idea for y'all. You know, just a space where y'all can chill. And try not to have any kind of drama, please, for the love of everything holy.
I'm so sorry,
That
but
smaller room, there's gonna be drama.
I'm so sorry. You know what? I resent that, but I can't disprove it. I will, in that case,
do you have
create
receipts to show that? Do you have receipts to show that you don't cause drama?
Can you actually? You made the claim, so you're gonna have to cite your sources, buddy.
God, listen.
Yeah, this is gonna go.
Listen, don't make me come over there and spank you.
My source is Cloudcat.
Oh my god.
Oof.
My source is Cloudcat.
That's a pretty darn good source.
They're a really good source. I'd like to say that that Cloudcat was told to step in a puddle of water with a sock on, and I honestly, that's very.
That's kind of hard to prove, though, isn't it? Look kind of hard to prove. You know, to a jury of my peers.
I can confirm that Cloudcat was told to step in a puddle with a sock on.
I mean, I just feel like that's got to be at least a hate crime, bare minimum.
Does that not violate the Geneva Convention? I feel like that's
Yes.
a war crime.
I actually think yes. I think it actually might be in the Geneva Convention.
Especially if it's in the wintertime.
Okay,
here's my thought on that. Go fuck yourself.
Don't encourage them words. Don't encourage them.
Sounds asexual phobic.
I mean, in the winter, forget about it.
Can I throw us back onto a serious note for a second? So, I know I shouldn't be looking at this as like a totem pole of harm received, right? Because innately that is harmful to everybody who has received harm. Or at least that's my opinion on it. But I sat here for a hot minute, kind of just staring at my wall after that G word was thrown out there. And I'm shocked.
If y'all give me a second, you may have heard of this situation. So in the academy, there was a case that we went over. There was a family, and one of their kids, or all of their kids, I think, were going to a martial arts dojo, and the instructor groomed the parents and the child, and bad things happened. I'm only bringing this case up because adults can be groomed. It's just that most people usually use that word, which most people understand, in relation to younger people, but it does happen to adults as well, and that's what y'all have experienced.
Yeah.
Right, and I'm sitting here.
Real quick,
Oh
hold
yeah,
on
go ahead.
before anybody else goes. Jonah, unfortunately, the Words Have Power Court has decided that you have been sentenced to drop bear.
I don't even know what that means. Like, what just happened? What?
It's an inside joke. You can let him back.
But like, I'm sitting here like thinking, and I'm like, this started when I was a kid.
Yeah.
I mean, granted, I don't know a whole lot more now, but like, I'm sitting here and I'm just like, just wow. Do I have an echo?
No. I don't think so.
'Cause I'm lighting up when you talk, but I don't know.
Yeah, the fact that you were underaged and you're saying that they knew this and they did this anyway with you and at the time an underage minor, that's disturbing. That's inappropriate.
Granted, like,
That is
I didn't
unconscionable.
have full scale interactions the way that, you know, they were after I turned 18, but like, I'm still just, yeah.
Yeah,
I need to go hit my vape. I'll be back.
do what?
Hit my vape.
Okay. Yeah, so anyone out there listening to this, this Emerson or Emery, they will target children if they're unhappy enough. There are no boundaries. There are no limitations. There's no respect for anyone else, even if they're a child. Just bear that in mind. So, okay. Calcifer, I don't think have you.
I have not gone yet. I just wanted, sorry, I just wanted to say something to Al. Al, I know that I was also a victim. I still do apologize to you for not catching that on my platform. And going forward, if you see that behavior, or if anyone sees that behavior when I'm hosting or paneling on lives, please reach out to me and I will have it addressed or corrected. And also my DM is open for anyone that needs it.
Aria, you are such a beautiful human being, and I just love you so much, and I always have. And I have always had to fight to have a voice because I was raised around a lot of trauma, and so now that this has all come to light, and now that we all see how people, and I'm not even just talking about Emerson, but how people in general can be, I think that we've all come to terms with being able to like open up and talk to each other a little bit more when we see toxic things happening. So absolutely. If I'm ever in a space where I don't feel safe or anything, whether it be your space or if you're in the space that I'm in, I will reach out to you and just say like, hey, I'm trying to talk, or hey, I feel like I'm being silenced right now.
Yeah. Wow. I almost feel like Emery is like an op in disguise. Just saying. Okay, so probably later tonight I will do another live stream where we can all talk if you want. But there's one thing to think about and consider, and this is the thing that other people have said on here, that they're worried what will happen after this live stream. Because extinction bursts are a thing. So when a person realizes that they're losing power and control over a person or a group of people, sometimes you can have a thing called an extinction burst. Extinction bursts can be dangerous if it's in a real life, especially. Proximity dictates the level of potential danger. typically. So, but I don't know. I mean, with this many people coming out and speaking on this subject, I don't know if they would try because there are too many people who are out and open about it now.
If I can say something really quickly, just knowledge I have that I'm not sharing. If there is anybody out there that is still feeling like they're isolated because of what they went through with Emerson, just know you have quite a few victims of Emerson who are here to support you, to listen, and to confirm that what you went through is absolutely horrendous. I know there are other people out there that fear what could happen, but every single one of us also had those same fears until we all realized there were so many of us. So if you're watching this and you're like unsure, and also, by the way, you also don't have to share your story.
Yep.
Just know that your experiences are valid and that we are here to be that voice for if you feel like uncomfortable, you don't want to talk about it. We will voice the fact that you are there and you experienced it.
Yeah, yeah, I mean, there are going to be a lot of people who were harmed by Emery who don't come forward because fear. And fear is how they control people. Once people realize what they're about, the assumption would be that, well, they'll be too scared to say anything because I'll smear campaign them and I'll send my minions after them, and nobody wants to deal with those repercussions, and that's understandable. Blair?
I can say, because unfortunately I'm not able to go to sleep after this as much as I would like to. If anybody wants to come hang out and body double or just like hang out while I get ready to go do work, I'm gonna go live after this. And it'll be a completely free space where we can avoid this topic or further discuss this topic to whatever we want to do. Just offering that space if anybody still feels they need a sense of community after this.
Sure. And remember, your space is yours to control. It's yours. I mean, unless you're harming someone, if you're not harming anyone, it's your space. I mean, come on. We're all adults here now. And Emerson doesn't have any ground to stand on when it comes to policing anyone else. Maybe they should police themselves a little bit more. Go look in a mirror.
Ramen. And I think, like, if I could just pick everybody's brain for 2 seconds, if that's okay. Because, still a baby here, basically. I might have tattoos and piercings, but I don't really know what's going on in the world. What's the, best way to deal with this? To get through, what I need to get through? Because, there's no way that I can go to work with this, just sitting on top of my head.
I mean, triggering your senses in a positive way can help. So, and hydrating. One, when you're stressed, really stressed out and possibly traumatized, that dehydrates your body, which also dehydrates your brain.
Right, and it produces excess cortisol, which can lead to even worse medical problems, yeah.
Yeah, so drink a lot of water, trigger your senses, use,
I think about my Pepsi.
Right, sight, smell, taste, senses on your skin, all of that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Also, I know it's going to sound weird, eat a banana.
I can't. I have potassium intake issues.
I was going to say, I can't eat that on screen. The live will get flagged.
I mean, yeah.
What if I ask really nice?
No, literally, I was live yesterday. Seriously, I was live yesterday, and I had a banana, and I was like, you know what? I can't eat this while I'm live.
Yeah, and somebody just said in the chat, breathing exercises, all of that helps to kind of help you work through it. Also, it's going to sound weird. Get up, play your favorite music, whatever music is the happy stuff, right? And that could be metal. For me, it's metal a lot of the
For
time.
me, it's metal too.
Right. Play it and dance, because that helps you shake out a lot of the stress and the all of the chemical actions that happen in your body and all of that. It's actually a tactic that animals use in the wild. Yep, true story. Or you can lay down on the ground and just shake every part of your body. Same thing.
I feel like I need like. Do you all ever just lay flat on like a hardwood floor for a few minutes?
Mm-hmm.
No,
That's
because
kind of what I
my
need.
breast would smother me to death.
I wish I had that problem. I
Well,
took my
you can
estrogen just a
have
few
mine.
minutes ago, so here's to hoping.
I'm
Uh,
trying so hard to get rid of mine. Please, could you just take them off my hands?
Okay.
Do with that what you will.
but
Well,
like
I
I
And
know
I
like we. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
was gonna say I gotta hop down. But my husband just relayed to me that Insilico came up and said some really nice things. I was away from my phone at that moment, so thank you, Insilico. I appreciate you and always love sharing space with you. All of you, not just Insilico. And Blair, I really appreciate you deciding to come over here and be like, you know what, let me hear from the victims, because I know how easy it is to just not do that. So I appreciate you coming over here.
Yeah. And I just wanted to take a second. I love you, Artemis.
I love you too.
Thank you for being so kind to me and showing me so much grace. Because if I were you guys, I would have gave me a slick cuss out and moved me along.
Honestly, with how everybody's been manipulated by this person, we're pretty much like, we're willing to listen to how everybody is because we know there's a lot going on there.
Yeah, there's a lot of manipulation. Also, a lot of projection. I mean, just.
So much. But I wanted to just like kind of give you a little bit of an introduction of myself words because I've never actually formally met you on here. Although I've heard your cat many times screaming in your house.
Yeah.
But my name is Blair. I'm 18, contrary to popular belief. I do know a little bit of what's going on. I have an associate's degree. My degree is in cognitive behavioral forensic psychology, with a minor of adolescent neuroscience. I got that when I was in high school. Unfortunately, I'm a high school dropout. I do actively work. Most of the time it's been in healthcare, but right now I'm a receptionist at a salon for kids. So it's a little bit about me. I've been in debates since probably 2020 into 2021. I'm thinking that's pretty much it.
Right on, right on. Well, I'm a former sheriff's deputy and a former victims advocate. Whoop-de-doo.
Yeah, I did palliative medicine and assisted living for a long time for me, which is like, a year.
Actually, Blair, I have to be honest. When you were, I wouldn't say standing up for Artemis, you were definitely holding them accountable, but I was getting so frustrated with seeing just like mutuals of Emerson's up there. And, oh no, it was when you said, I think it was when you said, hey Al, I hope you have a good night. I wanted to be like, yeah, you too, fetus. And I ended up stopping myself because I was like, you know what, I don't know.
blame you. Like, if you wanted to give me a slick cuss out and let me move on, I would have been totally okay with it. I think that was right after I lectured Emerson. I know you didn't hear it words, but I lectured Emerson pretty good for a couple of minutes about, because they're saying that they're going to take a break after this. And I said, well, when you come back, you better focus on harm reduction. Look and overanalyze at everything you've ever done and focus on, was this beneficial or was this harmful? And keep moving on from that point and ask yourself before you make decisions, will this be beneficial or will this be harmful?
And to be fair, a lot of what Emerson does is harmful.
Mm-hmm.
Or with that goal in mind. So, all right, y'all. I normally go to bed at like 10 or 11 at night. I am wiped out. I have no idea what time I'm going to wake up today because I'm completely off schedule. I need to go sleep. I'm so tired. What's up?
Good night, everyone. I'm kidnapping my partner to bed.
Good night,
Good night.
Margaret. I love you
Have a good
both.
sleep,
Love you.
everyone.